Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Wouldn't it be nice to get on with my neighbours? But they make it very clear they've got no room for ravers. That's good, yeah?
afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon of conference. You're all going to be sick of the sight of me by the end of today. Just a little bit of housekeeping. If you could please note your emergency exits. And if you're using an emergency exit, to assemble at point A outside. Please switch off your phones or set them to silent. And please wear your badge at all times during the day. Okay, thanks a million.
Hi, how is everybody? Welcome to this afternoon session where we're going to focus on housing. First, I'd just like to remind you that we're going to have some food in the bar after Holly's speech, and we'd encourage you to stay behind. So I'm Nuala Killeen. I'm your Leixlip councillor for the Social Democrats. I want to welcome you to our conference panel discussion on housing. We're going to hear from Cian O'Callaghan TD, who is our housing spokesperson in the Dáil. Cian will then pass on to Dr. Valeska Lima, who's the Assistant Professor of Politics at DCU School of Law. I will then open the floor to questions. I hope you enjoy our panel and find it thought-provoking. I am an activist. I'm a housing activist. We are a party of activists. I want you to leave today with a mission to help your community through this housing crisis. It is important for us to discuss, explore, and educate ourselves, but it is more important for us to do. We are in the midst of the greatest housing crisis since the formation of the state. This government has been hurtling us into this crisis for a decade. Housing lists are growing, rental is out of the reach of most, couch surfing and homelessness is the norm. Homeless deaths are increasingly ignored. The Social Democrats have sought a war footing for tackling the housing crisis since 2019. The government's policies have failed. Successive ministers have failed. It is a time for a radical rethink. We had proposed a 10-point list of immediate actions in 2019 and have been regularly proposing action since through debates, motions, bills, leaders' questions. A basic function of a local authority and the government is to provide housing for a range of family types and incomes. It is not rocket science, it is what governments are supposed to do, and do so in many jurisdictions. RTDs and councillors raise housing as an issue at every turn. The Social Democrats are about solutions. We are practical and realistic. When careers, family planning and lives are delayed, it impacts society in general. People travel abroad and they do so for better and more affordable housing. They'll tell you that they don't really want to go. In 2019, when I put myself forward for local elections for the first time, housing was a big issue. We thought it couldn't get worse. We have seen investment funds and others ramp up purchases for rent and social leasing, attempting to buy huge banks of newly built homes for rent at unaffordable prices. RTDs and councillors raise this regularly. When it was raised in the Dáil in 2022, the Taoiseach promised to stop it. But this year in Kildare, the budget for leasing has gone from 24 to 35 million euro. In some cases, the funds are buying these homes and leasing them back to local authorities at huge extortionate rents. I raise housing at every level in the council. There are many facets to it. The government party councillors criticise us for calling them out. They refuse to accept responsibility. The government party councillors don't want us to impact their election stories. But look, as a party, we're working well together at every level. We are impacting the discourse, we're driving discussions, we're making the public aware. They are not happy. We are opening democracy. We're giving people their power back when they understand the processes, how the budgets work, how monies are spent. And for me, this conference kind of kicks off the 2024 local election season. Housing is the most dominant issue. Last month, we saw 5,000 people apply for 73 cost rental units in Leixlip. A person would need an income of €49,000 after tax as a minimum to qualify for a cost rental unit. The rent was €1,300 for a one-bedroom apartment, and a two-bedroom apartment, the rent was €1,500. Yesterday on daft.ie, a three-bedroom house in Leixlip to rent was €3,300, where in 2016 it was only €900. Excuse me. So the reality out there is the government are failing families. The social contract is broken. They are never not at it, and we are never not on the case. Our party has demonstrated that we are ahead of the curve in proposing sensible, sustainable solutions. The media no longer even habitually report homeless deaths. Since 2018, 237 homeless people have died in the capital. Mothers with newborns are entering homelessness. Working professionals are sleeping in their cars. So, as I said before, our party is a party of activists. We need your help. So I ask you to join me and others. We're a member of the Raise the Roof Coalition, an organisation of unions, political parties and representative bodies. We are going to be having some coordinated activities in the next 8 weeks or so, highlighting the housing emergency, focusing on affordability, inserting housing firmly into the local and Euro elections, and tackling the far-right exploitation of housing as an issue. So we want you to help us to raise the Roof profile. We'll have a launch in March, we'll have an event in April, there'll be action brought towards the Dáil as well. In my community, I've seen how quickly housing was weaponised to capitalise on a small number of people seeking to raise their own far-right profiles. It's time for us to punch up, to activate and to be activists that our party was established to be. So now I'd like to pass you over to Cian O'Callaghan. We're so proud of him. He shows up for us every day in the Dáil. So give it up for Cian O'Callaghan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nuala. So what I want to do here is start by asking you a couple of questions. And this is the first question. It is related to housing. So does anyone know what city is ranked as the most livable in the world? And I have a clue here. It's not Dublin, Cork, Limerick, Galway. Vienna. This is in the photo there is a picture of some quite extraordinary, from an architectural point of view, some extraordinary housing in Vienna. The second question for you now. Yes. Now, in what European city can you get a 2-bed cost rental apartment and rent it for €627 a month? And again, it's not in Ireland. Vienna, yeah. So these were built in 2020 in Vienna. Now, in Ireland, in Dublin, if you're going to get a cost rental apartment, these are 82 square metre apartments, 2 bedrooms. In Ireland, a cost rental apartment would be €1,400. So huge contrast that. That's not the only difference now between Ireland and Vienna. For example, if you want to get a cost rental apartment and you live in Vienna, the eligibility criteria is much wider. About 80% of households in Vienna are eligible to apply for cost rental housing if they want. So it's open to nearly everyone. There is in Vienna, they do prioritise certain housing needs more. So if you're fleeing domestic violence, for example, you will be given priority, but there's still very broad eligibility criteria. So it's not just affordable and social housing is not just accessible by people on the kind of lower incomes. Worth bearing in mind with Vienna that average rents are about, outside of cost rental, just in the private market overall, average rents in Vienna are about half those of London. They're lower than places like Rome and Lisbon, which is significant because incomes in places like Rome and Lisbon are a good bit lower than Vienna. So in real terms, or comparable terms, housing is very affordable. That's one of the reasons it's ranked as the most livable city in the world. The Economist, which is not a great left-wing progressive think tank, it talks about Vienna as an unsurpassed combination of stability, good infrastructure, strong education and healthcare services, and plenty of culture and entertainment. So I'm just going to look a little bit at some of the differences between what they've done in Vienna and what's happened in Ireland, and how they've gotten to a situation of having such a good housing stock. So there's 4 critical things that they do. First to say is that 40% of the housing stock in Vienna is either social or affordable, so it's a very high, by international standards, it's a very high level. Compared to Ireland, they didn't sell off or privatise social housing stock. They actually grew over the number of years, and they used the rental income from these sectors. It gets ploughed back into it, so it expands and increases over time. So if you compare that with Ireland, we've built a huge amount of social housing stock over the years, but an awful lot of it has been privatised. It really impacts on you when you're knocking around a housing estate that was built 40, 50 years ago as social housing. It's been privatised, gone into private ownership since. You're meeting a family living in one of those houses, paying a very high rent to a private landlord on a housing waiting list. They don't know if they'll be evicted from that house or not. And sometimes the state, not only did we cover the cost of building that house, sometimes we're effectively covering the cost a second time now through the HAP payments, just for someone to be in an insecure tenancy. Doesn't make sense. It's not done this way in other places like Vienna. It doesn't have to be done this way. Second thing they've done very well in Vienna is land banking. So what they do is they buy up agricultural land at agricultural prices. They then rezone it for housing. They master plan it. They put in amenities and infrastructure, transport connections, and then they make land available for affordable housing. Now this has been going on for quite some time in Vienna, the Netherlands, Germany. We had a report in Ireland 51 years ago, the Kenny report, saying let's do this. Hasn't been done for 51 years. Now imagine how things could be if we'd been doing land banking like it's been done successfully in other countries for 51 years. Instead, we do the opposite. We let private individuals buy up the agricultural land, get it rezoned, speculate on it, make an absolute killing from the rezoning, and then that pushes up the price of housing for everybody. It doesn't have to be that way. It could be done differently, no question about that. One of the other things that is done in Vienna is an affordable housing zoning. This is relatively new. This is something that our Dublin City Councillors pushed on Dublin City Council. And of course, the advice that came back from the council management was, oh, you can't do this. There's no legal or statutory basis that explicitly says you can do this. But in Vienna, they have an affordable housing zoning. So when they zone new land for housing, they will often put an affordable housing zoning on that, saying that most of the housing has to be affordable. There's a price limit per square metre, either if it's for affordable purchase or per rent. And then what happens with those price limits is they gradually go up over time along with consumer price index, so they don't remain that level forever. So gradually, if you get an affordable home, the price of it will go up over time, but in a sustainable way, not in a speculative way. Now these things work. The councillors were told, and their proposal in Dublin City Council was voted down by Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, most of the Green councillors. They were told, can't do it. There's no national legislation that explicitly says you can do this. So we are bringing forward an amendment to the planning bill to allow in planning explicitly that you can do this. Let's wait and see what Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael, and the Greens do with that amendment. It's coming up in the next few weeks. They've said at a local level. They've said at a local level it can't be done, it needs national legislation. They'll have the opportunity in a couple of weeks to show whether or not they're going to support national legislation in this, and there's nothing to stop them at all in doing this. A fourth thing that they do very well in Vienna is they put the social into social housing and affordable housing. So for example, the most famous, Yes. This is the Karl Marx Hof in Vienna. Social housing built a long time ago. This doesn't have one tram stop outside serving it. It has 4 tram stops. So in Vienna, they make sure with their social affordable housing that there's good public transport connectivity. They put affordable childcare into the housing. They put in green spaces. You can see there lovely green amenity spaces. They put in communal facilities, community facilities. They put in, the kind of facilities that we hear about, the very high-end, high-rent apartment stuff. So they put in spaces that if you're having, your birthday party or you're having a family gathering over, you can get the larger space, you can have a party and stuff. So you might be in an apartment, but you have those larger spaces that you can book and use for social occasions, family gatherings. They've always taken the renovation and maintenance of their social housing stock really seriously and funded it well. So where we've often built higher density housing and 30 years later, after running it down, demolishing it, 100 years later, you have some of the housing stock still in place. So they're able to increase it over time. It's located and distributed across the city, and in terms of value for money, works much better because they maintain it, because they build it and design it well with good amenities. It works and lasts over time. Now, why am I talking about Vienna? Okay, it's a very good example of housing, but there's another reason I'm talking about Vienna, very relevant to our conference today, very relevant to the fact that we're contesting the local elections this year with more candidates than ever before. And that's because what's happened in Vienna, it's not an accident. Happened because of politics and because of social democratic activists like you in Vienna and what they've done over the last 100 years. Vienna, apart from the Nazi occupation, has had 100 years of social democratic leadership on its city council. And this has made a real difference in terms of the kind of housing and amenities and public transport and affordable childcare that has been provided. It didn't drop from the sky. It's because people voted for it, people campaigned for it. And once they did a lot of that work going back 100 years ago, they didn't rest on that. They kept at it, they kept on improving on it, and they kept fighting for it. So if there's one thing I'd like you to take away from what I'm saying here today, it is that message of we can, through our collective action, we can, through getting social democrat councillors elected, we can, through fighting, campaigning for these things, we can make a difference. There's no reason why we have to be trapped in the model we have at the moment, which is all about costly, speculative housing provision that makes large profits for some, but turning our back on systems that are proven to work, not just Vienna, Germany, Netherlands, where they do this, they land bank, they master plan, they put in affordable housing, they do it in high quality with good amenities and good services. So I just want to, and Nuala I want to thank Nuala for her opening remarks. There is a coalition we're involved in, Raise the Roof, is going to be doing some things over the coming weeks to kind of highlight a few of these things, so I'd encourage people to support that. And I want to just hand you over to and thank Dr. Valeska Lima from DCU for coming here. We really appreciate you coming to the conference. I want to hand you over to Dr. Valeska. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So it's my pleasure to be at your conference today, and I was invited here as a guest to speak to you about housing policy. So I'm just going to make a very brief presentation on some aspects of housing policy which I believe are very relevant at this moment, especially because I know that some of you have started your canvassing work, and I'm sure housing is one of the issues that were asked the most. So I do recommend that you learn as much as you can so that you can give good responses and hopefully help people to understand why we're living in this crisis and what are the possible solutions for this. So what I have here today is just this poll that was published at The Independent at the beginning of February, and it says to us very important things. So the first one, very clearly, housing is the biggest issue of our time at this very moment. So half of the people, nearly, they would say that housing is the issue that they care about the most. So people, they had two choices there. So the first one, most people would say was housing, and this has increased by 8 points if we compare it to the same poll that was run last year. And the second issue is cost of living. So housing is definitely something that is on people's minds, and people are very concerned about their housing situation at the moment. And when you think about housing in the future, it's important for us to understand what are the possible solutions. So why is housing so important? First, because it's the defining issue of our times. So if we're living a housing crisis here in this country, it's pretty much the same in other European countries and even outside Europe. So, and this is relevant because housing is much more than shelter. Housing is a place where we find stability, we find security, and if we don't have that, it's very likely that we won't have access to a whole other things. So in social policy, we usually say that housing is the wobbly pillar of the welfare state, meaning that together with education and health, for example, housing is extremely relevant, but housing is often not reliable and sometimes not sustainable. So this is why it's so relevant for us to understand and to study. And housing issues, they bring to us very complex problems, social, economic, and political issues. And housing is also both a right, a social right, and a basic need. So this comes from understanding that every single person should have access to housing, should have a place where they feel safe and they have security with their family. So, and this is also in a series of, sorry, I forgot to pass this slide. Not moving. I think I'll just keep talking without this slide. Oh, okay, here. Okay, I was here, sorry. So housing is also a fundamental right, and it's in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So Ireland has been a signatory to several of those conventions, but we have a lot to discuss in terms of how far the Irish government has been able to go to attend these very basic rights. So here I have some figures for us, just to, I hope, to guide the debate. So at the end of 2023, 13,500 people, they were homeless in Ireland. And of this number, 4,000 were children. When we look at the average rent in Dublin, it's 2,100 at the end of 2023 as well. And the average nationally, it's 1,700. But if you are a new tenant, if you are entering a new tenancy, you are going to pay 18% more. So this is around 250 euros that people are paying extra for a new tenancy. So in the past 3 years, 24,076 notices of termination, they were served. And this has a strong connection with this high number of people who are becoming homeless. So, because this is associated as well with evictions and people in need of homeless services. And a striking number of people, they are still living with their parents at the moment between the age of 18 and 34 years old. So 64% of people between 18 and 34, they're still living with their parents because they have no other choice. They are often in low-paid jobs and are not able to move out of their parents' house and hopefully to get their own home. So, and why this is happening? So why we have this crisis at the moment? So in housing studies, we have this term, which maybe you come across, which is the financialization of housing. And what is that? It means this process where the government gives part of its responsibility to address policy issues. It gives that power to the private sector. So in the case of housing, it means that the state has been withdrawing itself from this responsibility and passing a lot of this to the private sector. So it's giving trust, it's giving funding, it's giving tax benefits to the private sector. So it's not more about the state being able to identify what are the key issues or, for example, where housing needs to be built, for example. At this moment, it's very much developers who are going to decide where houses they get built, for example. So, and this is very concerning. So, and this has also a strong impact on housing affordability, because even if we hear some numbers on the news, some people on the news telling us, okay, we have more houses being built this year, but what kind of housing and for who? Because people generally, they cannot pay for those. They're just too expensive for people in average incomes. And what we have seen as well as aspect of the financialization of housing is this very high number, these very high amounts of corporate landlord investments in the country. So, and this is relevant because for the private sector, for the corporations, housing is not a home for anyone. Housing is an asset. It's something to be exploited, to be sold. So if we're thinking about how can we attend people's needs in a process where these landlords, these corporate landlords or developers, they're looking for profits. So those two things, they don't match very well. And this is happening because government legislation has been introduced to allow that to happen. And it seems that, at least in the current government, this is going to be the case. So here, I just want to show you a little comparison. This is data from the Eurostat. And it is showing us how prices and rents, house prices and rents, it has been increasing in the past 13 years. So you see that all countries, they have seen some level of increase, and especially if you look at your left over there, you see that the average is around 50% for housing, for house prices, and maybe 24 for rents. So this is the European average. But then when you look at Ireland here with the red arrow, you see that rents, they have been increasing way much farther than the other countries. And this is very relevant for us because 20% of people in Ireland, they are living in the rental property sector. So they are affected very strongly in their daily lives by the amount of rent that they have to pay every month. And it's only getting more expensive. So when we look at this idea of finalization of housing, there are several issues, but I selected two to speak to you about today. The first one is hidden homelessness. And this is important because it's about the way that we think about who has access to housing and what happens when you don't. So it's very hard to come about data about hidden homelessness because if you are sleeping on the street, you don't have a roof over your head, literally, you are usually counted as homeless. But if you are living with someone, if you are couch surfing, if you are sleeping in your car, or if I stay with friends, you are still homeless, but you are not counted. So it means that the number of homeless people in Ireland is not that 13,000 I was showing you. It's very closely to 290,000 people. But this data is very hard to come about because how can we identify someone who is living in that kind of situation? So this data is from Simon Community. They have done the survey, and I think they have been doing research that we can trust. And they were asking people if they had experience with hidden homelessness, if they know someone, and that's how they came about with that number. So, and why we don't know the exact number is, the reason for that is because of the definition of what means to be homeless in Ireland. Here is about not having a roof over your head. But if you don't have a place to stay, if you are in an insecure accommodation, if your home is full of mold or not adequate for you to live, you should be counted as homeless because this is what several other countries they have been doing. So, and another relevant group in my view is what we call the generation rent, and sometimes we call that the generation locked out, meaning locked out of the housing market. So this is about a group of young people, sometimes we call them millennials, but also the generation Z as well, because they might have some level of income, but they don't make enough to buy their own home. And they stay much longer with their family, sleeping in their childhood bedroom because they cannot move on with life. So the reason for that, it's very complex. It's not, in most cases, so far as we can say from the very little data we have, it's not much of a choice. It's because of the lack of options. And it has also a very serious mental impact because if you cannot move out of your parents' house, sometimes people they might feel that they are not able to move on with their lives, that they are being left behind, especially when they start to compare themselves with their colleagues. So it's a very complicated policy challenge. But two main things would be helpful to address that. The first one is tenant security. So having security in place to make sure that even if you're not able to buy, you can rent a place and you can feel safe and knowing that you will stay in that place for some time. And the second thing is to facilitate access to loans and home ownership. That would be useful as well. So this is research from Threshold, And they're asking people why they're not able to buy a home or why they're still renting. And most people, they are renting not because they want to, it's because they cannot buy their own home. So only 70% of people asked, they said they are renting because they want to. Maybe they are in a temporary job or it's a particular situation, but most people, so 2 in 3 people, they would like to buy a home, but they are not able to. So just to keep on time, those are some of the key issues that I think that would deserve some discussion, especially in terms of what kind of solutions we could offer to respond to those issues. The first one, of course, is to increase supply. We do need to build more houses because the population growth needs to be followed by the increase of supply. But it's important to build the right type of housing. Because if we have houses that they're just too expensive or not accessible, if they are luxury homes, which is what I see most of the time, most people, they are not able to buy them or to get a mortgage or to get a loan to buy those. So affordability is one of the key issues. The other thing is cost rental, that he was speaking very well about it. So we have cost rental in Ireland, but it's very baby steps. And one of the key issues with cost rental is it's actually the cost is just too expensive. So when you look at places like Vienna where people are paying about 600, it's just a big difference. But when I was trying to understand why it's so expensive here in Ireland, apparently it's because of the costs, the housing costs, the cost of building new homes. So if we want to expand cost rental, we need to focus also on how to make this construction process not so expensive, so the final price is not going to be so high. It's important also to offer people security of tenure, and legislation needs to be implemented on that, and also to give attention to the high number of vacant units that we see around the country. They should be brought back to the market as soon as possible. And if someone else out there is feeling more bold, maybe have a look at community land trusts, because this is a strategy to make land less expensive and also making the building process less expensive. So I don't have time to focus on that today, but I love the other opportunity. So just to conclude, to address all those issues, what we need at the moment in Ireland, I think it's a very bold leadership that has a vision to implement all of this. So this is about really having the courage to fight the status quo, and especially go against the large corporations that are at the very moment that we live making the final decisions when we think about what kind of homes are being built in Ireland. So this is all from me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That was really great. I hope everybody enjoyed it as much as I did. I'd like to open the floor for if anybody has a question. I'll take a couple of questions at the same time, and then we'll ask the panelists to respond. Thank you so much. You've earned your keep with the microphone this weekend. Bernard, would you like to go ahead?
Yes. What I've been thinking about is, how do you feel about housing cooperatives like in Sweden?
Grand. I'll take 2 more questions. Peter? I'm really bad at remembering names, so I apologize in advance.
I was wondering about, for us as a party, how much you think we should have home ownership as a value we should aspire to. I know after the crash, we talked a lot about how people were being pushed to own homes and that rental should be a viable option. But then, like, home ownership is a great way for people to participate in the wealth and the growth of a country. So is that something we should want to grow, or should that be a value?
I'll take 1 more if somebody else wants to go. Yeah, here at the front.
Hi. Just wondering what would be a better system than HAP to help those who would be, say, low income or might have complex needs like disabled or something like that, because I feel it's not a very good system at the moment. It needs to be reformed and in the interest of the public rather than private landlords.
Well said, thank you. Cian, did you want to go first?
Sure, yes. So firstly, just Bernhard's question about housing cooperatives in Sweden or elsewhere. So my general view on our housing system is that the biggest missing thing in Ireland is that you look at some Scandinavian countries, Netherlands, Germany, Austria, one of the reasons they have much more stable housing systems, much more stable rents, don't have that kind of full reliance on the private sector. One of those reasons is because they've got very large not-for-profit sectors. Now that can take the shape of housing associations, not-for-profit bodies, cooperatives, whatever it is, and it can take different forms. But that's a real missing gap that we have here. So there's a role for the state, there's a role for local authorities, that whole large not-for-profit sector. And we absolutely do have some, and we have some cost rental, we have some approved housing bodies doing some very good work. But if we were able to expand that significantly, including cooperatives, that would go a long way. There are some cooperatives in Ireland, but it's on a small enough scale. I know in my constituency, you'd be knocking around in an area and they'll tell you how 40 years ago this bit of housing was built as a housing cooperative. And actually at that time what it was that the City Council was doing the land banking. It bought up a huge amount of land for housing. It put in a lot of social housing. Then it put in some affordable purchase housing, and then it kept a few sites for cooperative housing where people came along in groups of 10, 15 or 20, bought out that field, if you like, came together to build the houses, and through themselves and through a cooperative they built quite affordable housing. So yes, one of the things about housing cooperatives as well is the participation from the members, and that's really, really good. They can design the housing, they can design the communal facilities and amenities. One of the things interesting in Vienna in the not-for-profit sector, the cost rental, is they don't kit out the community spaces before the tenants move in. So they build the community room and leave it empty, and then when the residents move in, they then start engaging with the residents and say, well, what do you want in this space? How do you want to kit it out? How do you want to manage it? So from day one, the residents are part of that ownership and process, whereas here it tends all to be done, you move in, it's all decided. Now, that's here if you had the community spaces in the first place, so often people have to fight for them for 10, 20 years. So there is a big role for cooperative housing as part of that wider not-for-profit sector, I think. Home ownership as a value, I think, a couple of things on it. Firstly, as a country, we invested a massive amount into home ownership. This is when we got independence 100 years ago, and we didn't build up a lot of our welfare state. There was two things where we did put resources into hugely as a country, and that was into housing, affordable housing, including home ownership, and also into land distribution. The two things are very much tied. That was done in rural areas, a lot more of it was land distribution, urban areas, a lot more emphasis on affordable and social housing. So because we invested so much into home ownership and indeed social housing, we got to a stage where we had 80% home ownership about 30 years ago. So where we didn't succeed maybe in being very advanced in our welfare state compared to some other countries, we did succeed in housing. Now you could argue about that. Should we have gone down a route that other countries might have gone down in housing? Maybe we should have, but that is the route we went down. So it is kind of deeply embedded. Now I think if we had a stronger, if we had a rental sector where rents were affordable, people had security of tenure, where if you had a lot of cost rental housing, then plenty of people would say, well, this is a good tenure, I want to stay in it long term, I'm not afraid of rent increases, I'm not afraid of getting evicted, that would probably change the dynamic. But I don't think it's necessary for us to try and say to Irish society, this type of tenure is better than another. It's for us to try and make home ownership affordable for people if that's what they want, renting affordable and secure for people if they want. Most people, the critical thing they want, and the reason most people, I think, actually go for home ownership, the critical thing they want is actually security in where they live. Now, if you can only get that through a long-term social housing tenancy or through home ownership, that's what you're going to go for, because there isn't really security for people in renting in Ireland, unless you're in one of these new cost rental tenancies, and then you do have a level of security for certain. So I think that's what people really want is that security. If we create different ways of doing that, I think that's what we're about. And then just the last question, and a better system than HAP. Yeah, no, absolutely. HAP is, in very ways, it's an awful lot of what's been done in emergency provision of social housing, effectively through HAP or through long-term leases. Very bad value for money. It means that the renter or the tenant doesn't have long-term security of tenure, so it's not a model. We definitely need to be building enough and keeping enough social housing and enough affordable housing so that we're not relying on stopgap measures like HAP. And if, we should be following the principle that if a social home is sold, a new social home is built or acquired to replace that. If we had done that, we wouldn't be in the situation that we're in now. We've put massive resources as a country into building social housing, and then we've let that get out of our grasp. We're in a great situation in some respects as a country in housing. The last 30 years, that's been very much eroded.
Would you like to?
Yes. So about the housing cooperatives, I do like very much this idea. I have seen that be implemented in several other countries. And I think the main challenge for them is to get initial finance. So, but if communities, they have those, first thing, they need to have a community in the beginning. So it's very challenging for them to find that group of people that they want to go together on this mission, because it's really a mission. It takes a lot of time. Sorry? Yes, yes.
Sweden, the biggest housing cooperative, is the biggest landlord in the country. This is not a local cooperative. This is nationwide and owns, I don't know how many 100,000 units.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is very relevant, I think. And if we look for examples, we'll find several of those, and they are very successful. But this is also connected with having this tradition in a particular place. So, for example, in countries like Brazil and Portugal, I see a lot of housing cooperatives, but they exist for many, many years. And they are very successful, especially in pushing for new policies that is going to finance their cooperatives and creating national and federal programs to fund those. I do like them a lot. I think they offer a very sustainable way to build houses, and especially they offer what we want the most, which is security of tenure. And they do have a very strong sense of community, which is also very positive. So I don't see why not. I think they are really necessary, and I would like to see more of those in Ireland. That would be very interesting. And about home ownership, I agree with Kian as well on that. So it can be a value. A lot of people, they think about owning a home because it's a very good way to build wealth, and why not? What's the problem with that? I don't see any issues with that. But the problem is that it's when home ownership is not really an option. So people that are renting, as I was showing you the data, because they cannot buy a home. But if they want to buy, they should be able to. Like, even if they don't have the highest of the incomes, even in average income, housing should be affordable for everyone. So, but people, they want a home as well because they need security. But as Kian said, if they find security in the private rental sector, it's fine as well. So we find countries like Germany, for example, if you look at their rate of home ownership, it's not very high, but because they have a lot of security of tenure there. So people, let's say in their 30s or 40s, they may consider, okay, I don't need to buy a home because I can rent this place and I can stay here for the next 10 or 20 years. So why would I buy a home? So this should be option. This is how it could be done. And in relation to HAP, I'm not a big fan of HAP. First thing, it's not social housing. It's not. It's, if I think about the definition of social housing, HAP doesn't fit on that. And second, the amount of money that people receive as HAP doesn't cover the price of rent. In a lot of cases, people, they need a top-up. So let's say the rent is 1,500, but the HAP only covers 75% of that, and they need a top-up. Which kind of social housing is that needs a top-up? So I don't think it makes much sense. It's not good value for money, and I don't see this is a good policy. It should actually, I hope in the future, it would stop existing and it would become actual social housing.
And I wanted to support your comments as well. I fully agree with what you say. And when you think about the short-termism of the HAP as a measure, rent supplement pre-existed HAP, and actually it was brought in 1982 or 1983 as an emergency measure under the Emergency Supplementary Welfare Allowance in a stage where most people would have achieved home ownership at 18, 19, 20, and there was very little social housing, and the social housing needs were met within a short period of time. Now that excluded anybody who was working, HAP came in 2016, and the limits were, from the outset, not sufficient. Rents have doubled since then, and the whole illegal top-up type of thing, it's kind of a hidden cost for families who are most vulnerable. But it just leads you to show now where home ownership is in decline, the short-termism of these stopgap policies, like that's 40 years later, they're not dealing with the problem's getting worse. So anyway, that's enough for me. So if anybody has any further questions, I'll take you and then I'll take you. I have loads of questions now. Sorry, just the other side of the room. I might take 4 or 5 questions together because I want us to finish on time. Please go ahead.
I'm Lydia Bigley.
Hi, Lydia.
Keane, you talked a lot about the Vienna model and the housing there, and this kind of follows on a little bit from the question about home ownership in this country. While home ownership might be very ingrained in the Irish psyche, there's also a bit of an obsession with owning a house as opposed to an apartment. And when it comes to the likes of Dublin, for example, where it's incredibly full, how it would be the thinking to kind of get people around that actually, if you build apartments where they have these sort of facilities and transport access like they do in places like Vienna or Berlin, that actually owning or renting an apartment is a very viable option, and one that we probably are going to have to move towards because of a space issue, where you just actually physically can't build any more 3-bed semi-Ds because there just isn't enough room. But I know for a lot of people that's very strongly ingrained. I've got a friend who would prefer at the moment to rent rather than buy an apartment. And one of the reasons I think is just the quality of apartments that are built. That if I have been in friends' apartments here in Dublin, the quality compared to the apartments of when I lived in Berlin is like the quality of the apartments in Berlin is superb. Like they really, you can see whole families are raised in apartments in Berlin. And if you look at the quality of Irish apartments, they're just atrocious.
Thank you so much. And then this gentleman over here with his hand up.
Hi, you spoke about the financialisation of the housing market, and I think that's really a really important topic. It's kind of like the original sin in my head, where after the crash, where it was the case that basically financial institutions were not in the housing market, they got invited to become part of the housing market, not just in Ireland, but in many parts of the Western world. And even people who are like right-wing capitalists at that time were saying, this is like, we should not be doing this. We should not be going into the housing part. Like pension funds never used to go into like investing in housing like this, and big hedge funds never used to go into investing in housing like that. And when they came in and they started making money and they started becoming more powerful, and then they're able to influence and lobby, and that for me is like a big original sin. And we need to, in my opinion, we need to get rid of those people. They are not part of the solution, in my opinion. They are the problem. It's as simple as that. Like some people say, oh, we need private stuff, and it can be part of the solution. In my opinion, they are the big problem. Not just in Ireland, in the UK, in the US, where they all came in with their massives of money and they build apartments for people where they're expecting people to pay $2,500 a month, and it's creating a new normal that is, in my mind, completely unsustainable and completely crazy, and young people just think it's normal now. It's not normal.
It's not normal, exactly. But this lady in the blue top, and then, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I'll come to you next, sorry.
Cat O'Driscoll, Dublin City Councillor, and Cian articulated really well the challenges we've had to try and get movement on things because national legislation is holding us up. I'm just wondering, in the Vienna example, what are the main differences between the local authorities, between the Irish local authorities and the Vienna local authorities? Do they actually have power, or is it that the central government supports what they're up to? Dublin City Council builds fantastic social housing, high spec, amazing plans. When we get the plans, we're like, this looks really gorgeous, we love it. It's so rare that we get to see those kinds of plans. So what needs to change between local government for us to be able to build more? Thanks.
And I'll take the lady in the blue jumper and maybe the gentleman in the check shirt then after. I'm going to race you through to the end. Speed up, sorry about this. Go on ahead.
I'm just wondering, like, do you think there could be any point in having a discussion about reforming inheritance tax within Ireland to facilitate houses that are already owned outright and not having them then being filtered back into the private system due to the fact that maybe family members are not in a position to pay what's being asked, just to utilise more of what we have, rather than kind of starting from a very basic point and saying, right, we just need to build. If there would be any argument within that to maybe alter or change how like the housing is kind of dealt with.
Thank you. And then if we take yourself, and there's a gentleman who's had his hand up for ages at the back. Sorry, I can't see your face properly. And then we'll go to the panelists, if that's okay.
Yes, that's fine. Cheers, thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to add a voice that I think sometimes is lost, especially maybe within the homelessness figures, and is the single person. I think a lot of the conversation can be around families. And yeah, I think like if you're a single person, whether it happens or you choose to be single, that if you're in the market at all, or you're lucky to own your own home as a one-person unit, it's very difficult. So I think Social Democrats, if we can raise that voice for the single person, yeah.
Thank you. And then,
Hi, Graham Moynick, Dublin North Town. I think everyone's raised some really interesting points. That it's a testament really to how complex dealing with the housing crisis and addressing it is. It's a multifaceted approach that touches just about every section of government policy. One section I think which is, I'd be interested in hearing the panel's opinion on, is the impact of the housing crisis in Ireland and how that can impact negatively across everything from competitiveness in the economy and the constraints that puts on the overall job market, because all of the good jobs are next to the extremely expensive, unaffordable accommodation centres. A lot of the development that takes place and any government incentives for that development tends to be focused on green space developments. So I'd love to hear a bit of the feedback from the panel on that. Thanks.
Thank you. Would you like to go first this time?
Yes. Yes, so I'll just make some comments because most of the questions were for you. So in relation to apartments, I also think it's very relevant to discuss about this, because when we think about issues like the stamp duty, so for example, if a corporation wants to buy more than 10 homes, they are going to pay a higher stamp tax duty, okay? So, but it doesn't apply to apartments. I don't see why not. If apartments, they're also a home. So there's some kind of issues in the current policy that it just doesn't make sense. And this one for me, it's one of them. So apartments, they're also valid. People live in them. They want to raise their families in there. It's also a home. But sometimes it's treated as if it's less of a home. So this is just a general comment. So about the financialization of housing, yes, large corporations, they are the biggest problem, I think. But they are the ones who are benefiting the most as well. So when we had the crash in 2007, 2008, they came in swarms to Ireland because housing was extremely cheap. Like a lot of people doing negative equity. And if you think about it, they're owning more than the value of their own home. And sometimes people lost their homes because they could not make the payment, the payments, and it was opportunity for those organizations. And they realized before us and before government, I think, how essential housing was. Because at the moment, they were buying property that was extremely cheap because they knew that a few years down the line, they would make loads of money. And they're still making that money, and they're still around, because even though we have a lack of housing units, they know that if they build too much, it's going to make housing less expensive. So they are just releasing, in their opinion, the right amount of housing, so the prices are going to keep interesting for them. So this is my understanding. I do think that there is a space for the private sector in any country, but it shouldn't be that big as it is in Ireland. So this is just my view on that. Thank you. And I think someone made a comment about, a question, if local authorities, they have power in relation to cost rental. Here in Ireland, in my understanding, they don't. And I would say why, because the entity that's going to organize and direct cost rental is the Land Development Agency, the LDA. I have no idea why they're in charge of that. They are supposed to be about development. So, and cost rental, of course, it has this development aspect, but it's not just that. Okay, so this is a question that actually I leave in there, why the LDA is involved and is actually leading cost rental if that's not, so far as I understand, in their mandate. So this is just my question. And the inheritance tax, I think you made a good point about this, because when this homeowner dies, for example, and the family is not able to pay that tax, there is expectation that this house is going to be sold. And sometimes the family would like to keep the home. There are some exemptions to that. So if you have been living, I think, 6 years or something like that in the home, you can be exempt of that tax. But I think, yes, it could be reformed. So we could make sure that family or people close to the family could keep the house if they want to. So I think this is something definitely to look into. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks for the question. So just on Graham's first, in terms of how housing, impacts around the economy and jobs. Like, this is one of the key challenges we've had. So part of the pressure on our housing system has been our economic growth, particularly some kind of, our ability to attract the Facebooks, the Googles, quite high income, some of the pharmaceutical sector and stuff. So you've got quite a lot of people on quite good incomes able to afford higher rents. And that's fine, but that's put everybody else under, in terms of the housing system, under a huge pressure. People who used to be on incomes that would have been able to afford good rents really being kind of outpaced and outbid by that. And this goes to the crux, really, of almost every political issue in Ireland at the moment. We've had economic growth, but we haven't had governments that have used the extra resources from that economic growth, the corporation taxes, to build the infrastructure and the affordable housing that we need. And actually, to have that level of economic growth, that level of growth in higher income jobs, which these things can all be very positive, but not to use the extra resources from that to ensure that there's affordability in the housing system really has catastrophic effects for other people in society. And it's been their inability to see that. They just think more corporation tax, more economic growth, more high income jobs, good. They don't kind of go, now what do we need to do to make sure this works for everybody in society? That's been an absolute failure, and it's driving a lot of the problems in housing and a lot of the problems elsewhere. And that really is why we need strong social democratic participation in government. In terms of the pressures that the housing disaster are putting on single people, that's absolutely true. And we have a growing number of single households around the country. So in terms of housing type, that needs to be taken into account. The housing crisis has affected most people, but it particularly affects people who are already marginalised in different ways, different minorities, people who are disabled, travellers who've always had a very hard time when it comes to housing in Ireland, ethnic minorities. You see in the rental sector, in terms of some of the worst exploitation of renters, it's migrants who don't necessarily have the social networks to be able to kind of assert their rights or go for help and that sort of stuff. Some of the worst landlords operate in this country specifically try and rent just to migrants to exploit them, put 20 migrants into a house that was designed for 3 or 4 people, bunk beds, all that sort of stuff. I mean, there's been cases, putting in cameras, all this sort of stuff. When people complain about the cameras, they get evicted. Terrible exploitation there, and a government that doesn't want to sort out that exploitation by having proper regulation in the sector. They completely refuse to do that. In terms of Kat O'Driscoll's question about is local government stronger in Vienna than in Ireland, surprise, surprise, yes. Local government in virtually every country in the world is stronger than it is in Ireland. We come pretty much bottom of the OECD in terms of local government and strength of local government. We're there and thereabouts with Belarus, which of course is a dictatorship. And this does impact on what services can be done. So the investment in childcare, integration with public transport, I mean, they put in with the social housing in Vienna, they put in swimming pools. And as they were doing some of this stuff, incidentally, 100 years ago, that was all because they had such strong local government, they were able to do these things. So yes, if we want to have the really good public services that we want, the way they're delivered in every other European country is through strong local government, and precisely for the reasons that people were saying earlier. People in the local communities know and understand the needs better than someone sitting at a desk miles away who can only kind of do a desktop survey on it. Eamon asking about financialisation of housing. Yeah, I think it's absolutely had a detrimental effect. One point I would make is I'd differentiate between, if you like, high risk, high return, high speculative, high rent, high profit seeking investment. And there are pension funds, for example, that invest in social and affordable housing. There are pension funds that invest in social and affordable housing in other European countries, and in Ireland they invest in the high risk, high speculative, high rent, high return housing to balance off their low return, low risk investment in other countries. And that's galling because our government has designed a system for them to invest in the high risk, high return, highly costly type of accommodation. So of course we could have pension funds, if we designed it well, investing in low risk, affordable housing. They get a low return but a guaranteed return over years. So it's not about kicking out all types of finance, it's about designing our system so we use it for our benefit, not at a kind of lowest common denominator. And yeah, in terms of apartments and the issues around home ownership, like there's a huge range of issues there. You know, if you do the amenities well, you design apartments well, if you actually had a system, which we are advocating, that in terms of new build apartments, you know, at least let's say 50% of them would be available for people to buy, because at the moment most people can't buy. And I know my constituency in a lot of areas, you have people saying, I no longer need a family-sized home, I'd like to move to an apartment, there's none available to buy in my local community, I'm not going to sell my home so I can pay a really high rent for an apartment. So those options should be there. There's a whole range of issues though around, you know, we haven't regulated building well in Ireland, which means there's been a huge amount of building defects, especially in apartments. We don't regulate the management companies. There's a whole range of issues around management companies. So yes, we need to have good quality, higher density housing, including apartments for people to be able to move in, but we need to do that well. At the moment, we've been cutting corners on it, which means as soon as people can move out of it, they move out because they don't want to deal with the problems. So let's do it, but let's do it well and give people those choices. Thanks.
Thank you so much, everybody. We hope you enjoyed the rest of the conference, and we hope you've enjoyed our panel. And please do make yourselves known if you want to get involved in the Raise the Roof activity. And I'd really like to thank Dr. Valeska and Cian O'Callaghan. Thanks for showing up for us today, and thanks for all the work that you do.
Okay. Hello, everybody. It is time for session 3, plenary session 3 on housing and local government. You probably know the drill at this point. Can anybody who is speaking to a motion or an amendment sit up here to the front? And when I call you up, you'll be speaking here at the podium. If you're proposing a motion, you get 3 minutes. If you're proposing an amendment, you get 2 minutes. And then The original proposer of the motion has a minute to respond. And right, let's get started. So, motion PM1 on affordable housing, submitted by the National Executive. So I think Owen Hayes is going to speak on this.
Okay. Is this thing on? Yeah.
Sorry, 1 second, sorry. Can you reset the clock there, sorry? Or just be 1 second. We have standing orders, sorry, hi. Right, Owen.
All right. Excellent, thanks so much, Sheila. My name's Owen Hayes. I'm from the Dublin Bay South branch / Dublin South Central branch, my local area, straddles both. I'm a member of the National Executive, and I'm so delighted to put this motion forward to National Conference for the Social Democrats. I've rented all my adult life. I'm 36. My partner and I are currently unable to afford a home. And so I would consider myself part of this locked-out generation that we talked about and just there in the session, and we have been talking about for several years. Part of the reason why I'm running as a local election candidate in Kimmage Rathmines is to represent that generation and to be part of solving this housing crisis and revitalising Dublin and providing homes for people. Because we believe that Dublin should not just be a place for hoteliers or foreign funds, but it should also be a place for ordinary working people. For hardworking people, for families, and for the most vulnerable in our society. And that's what housing is about. This party, the Social Democrats, is the party of the locked-out generation. That's why I'm running, that's why I'm speaking on this motion, and that's why the National Executive is putting this motion forward to National Conference. Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael have failed this generation, and they failed other generations in the past as well. And they're sacrificing this generation on an altar of greed. And that cannot be allowed to continue. The Social Democrats have a completely different approach. We want to, as the proclamation promised, value all the children of the nation equally. We want honest politics. We want to build housing for communities. And that's what this motion is about. We've done this in the past. In the 1930s to the 1950s, we have built housing for many, many people. The state has taken an active role in building housing back then in a way that it's just not today. And we've done this elsewhere in Europe. There's the Vienna model. There are EU funds specifically hallmarked for housing being built. We want to end the total reliance on the private market to provide housing. We want it to be far more diverse in terms of what's being built, by non-profit organizations, by the state, and we want to build communities. And so we want to end this, the sacrifice of a generation on an altar of greed. We want to end the gaslighting of an entire nation by Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael saying that they're addressing the crisis when we all can see that they're not. So please vote for this motion. Thank you.
Okay. There are no amendments to this motion, so I'll open it to the floor if anyone wants to speak against. We're going with against. Against? No? Anybody want to speak for? Catherine. John's going to bring you over a mic there. So you've 1 minute.
So just to say, in relation to this motion, the affordable housing zoning as it is used in Vienna, our group on DCC fought very hard to get this housing zoning into the last Dublin City Development Plan. We managed to get support from other parties on the left, Unsurprisingly, Fianna Fáil, Fine Gael and most of the Greens voted against it. But then, unfortunately, the management came together to block us putting that provision into the city development plan and said it required national legislation. So if you were at the housing panel earlier, you'll have heard Cian saying that he is now bringing forward amendments at a national level to allow us to progress with that kind of zoning, which is effectively, I think, the only way we're going to manage to deliver affordable housing in Dublin.
Thanks, Catherine. Okay. So let's take a vote. So when you're voting, if you could hold up your lanyard with the dark purple side facing forwards, just to make it easier for standing orders. Dark purple, yes. Okay, all in favour of this motion? Against? Motion passes. Lovely, thank you. Okay, so motion number 2, Dublin Bay South. Philomena's going to speak on this one. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm proposing this motion on the back of a well-received evidence-based research paper myself and Rory Hearn that we published. It was called Homes for Ireland, the Case for a National Sustainable Home Building Agency. Conference calls on the Social Democrats Policy Committee to include calling for the Irish Government to immediately establish a state home building agency in the party manifesto. The Irish housing crisis is now affecting the economy, the functioning of public services, and causing widespread human trauma and social costs. Average income earners cannot afford the average rent or sales price of a home. Conference notes that housing levels are currently running at over 500,000 units deficit. Conference recognises that an exclusively developer-led initiative has failed to deliver sufficient social and affordable housing to the Irish market. A state agency would deliver at scale and speed, since it would be a public enterprise solely focused on delivering and building housing. Conference understands that a state home building and retrofitting agency will work in parallel with the Land Development Agency to fast-track housing development on suitable land, which would keep the acquisition and labour costs down while preserving Ireland's essential skills base. Conference recommends that government adopts a model based on the historical National Building Agency, which successfully delivered social and affordable housing on a large scale across Ireland between 1960 and 2012. This state agency would operate throughout each of the 31 local authority areas. The direct building of social and affordable housing would result in savings for the Exchequer in the long term. Department of Housing figures show that local authorities can directly build social housing units at significantly below the price charged by private developers via Part 5 and turnkey developments. Furthermore, the state is currently paying substantial public money to the private sector for short-term housing solutions which offer no permanent social housing. We are now transferring over 1.5 billion a year to the private sector through housing assistance payments, long-term leasing of social and social housing, and private emergency accommodation for homeless persons. Increasing the stock by getting local authorities to directly build social and affordable homes would reduce the reliance on the for-profit private sector to meet the housing shortfall. The worsening homelessness crisis and the rising cost of private rentals means that the state must pay more each year to help people with housing needs. Instead of paying high rents to the private sector for social housing and HAP, it would make financial sense if this property belonged to the local authorities and not-for-profit housing associations outright. For-profit housing developers cannot guarantee the delivery of social and affordable housing. It's not their business model. Its provision cannot be left in the hands of the private market. The state must take visionary action.
Thanks, Philomena. Okay, we have an amendment. Is there anyone here to speak on the amendment, Cork Northwest? Oh, perfect. Oh, Frank, sorry, I didn't see you there. Up you come. And Philomena, if you could stick around there because you have another minute to respond.
Yeah.
So you have 2 minutes, Frank.
Thanks. In general, we're supportive of the motion. There's just one area which we believe is extremely important that has not been mentioned, and people talk about social and affordable housing, but that big area that is very seldom mentioned is housing for people with disabilities. It's an area where if you think about the amount of people that are involved who are living at home, living in care homes, living in old people's homes, they have no independence, and they'll be deprived of that independence simply because they can't get into a home that is actually designed for their needs. This is why we have asked to change the way it's written, just to add this particular section within it that includes that the amendment that basically includes the words disability housing into social and affordable. So they can be designed and built for disabled people and allow them to be integrated into their community and give them their independence. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank. Philomena, you've 1 minute to respond.
Very good. In the paper myself and Rory Hearn published, certainly, like, we did envision that that the State Building Agency would deliver housing that was appropriate for all cohorts in society. The overall values and approach of the company would be that housing is a human right. It would adopt an equality and human rights framework to support the delivery of housing for specific equality groups such as disabled people, travellers and one-parent families. It would deliver homes and a community-driven approach. It's not, instead of treating homes as a real estate investment asset and the developer-driven approach to delivery that we currently have. So, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll open it to the floor. Would anybody like to speak against this motion? John? Yeah, can you say your name and branch when you get the microphone? Thanks.
Brian from the Kerry branch. I'm a bit confused in that this seems to be proposal will be taking more centralised power again from the local authorities, so that it would still be one person up in Dublin deciding where the housing is going to be distributed. And I'm confused in the relationship with the LDA as well on this proposal.
Okay, anyone like to speak for? Up here in the front. There's a mic coming to you, and if you could say your name and branch, please.
Hi, I'm Gary. I'm from the Wicklow branch. Yeah, I think it's a really good motion, just as long as it's inclusive of single parent families or single people and disabled people, or those you know, migrants who might not know their rights and stuff like that, as long as like it's been included for, yeah, I'm definitely for the motion.
Okay, thank you. Right, so first we vote on the amendment. So proposed amendment number 1. Can everybody in favour of this amendment please raise your lanyard, dark purple side forward. Against? Amendment passed. And now we vote on the motion as amended. So all in favour of the motion as amended. Against? Motion passed. Okay, and now we have PM3, Dublin Bay North. Who do we have to speak on this one? Oh, Catherine. Councillor Catherine Stocker.
Hello all. So for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm Catherine Stocker. I'm a councillor for the Clonturf local electoral area in Dublin Bay North. And this motion is regarding, I suppose, the party campaigning on a directly elected mayor for Dublin and really putting our weight behind that. It won't have escaped your notice that there's been a lot of focus in the press and nationally, not just in Dublin, on Dublin city centre in recent times and on issues with the appearance of the city, antisocial behaviour within the city, and, you know, very obviously the riots that we saw before Christmas culminating in those. And a lot of our focus here today at this conference is on the upcoming local elections. And I suppose one of the things we really value in this party, and you know, Holly emphasises this a lot, is the idea of being honest with the public. And I think that's an important piece in terms of the local elections. So I'm going to be honest, both with our potential voters and with our potential councillors, and say, you know, what we can do to actually tackle these issues in Dublin and more deep-seated problems in terms of housing and community infrastructure and those kind of areas that lead to these problems is severely limited by the weakness of our local government model. The reality is that the vast majority of decisions are made by unelected, unaccountable officials, and regardless of the quality or otherwise of those officials as individuals, we cannot deliver for Dublin under those circumstances. We deserve a vision for Dublin, a leader for the city with a manifesto to be delivered on, who will be replaced if they don't deliver on that manifesto. We, and I speak for the important people here today, we as Dubliners deserve... I joke, of course. We as Dubliners deserve some choice in the direction of our city, and right now we don't have it. So this motion is advocating for us as a party to take up the mantle of being honest with voters, that we cannot deliver for them with our hands tied behind our backs. But if we can campaign for and secure a directly elected mayor with executive powers, that piece is absolutely key. There is no point in a directly elected mayor with the current functions of the Lord Mayor. A directly elected mayor with executive powers, we can make Dublin deadly again. Please vote for the motion.
Okay. There are no proposed amendments, so I'll open it to the floor. Would anyone like to speak against this motion? And anyone would like to speak for? Okay, let's vote. Oh. Just wait, if you could say your name and branch, please.
Eamon Moore in Wicklow. I was just concerned because when Mary Roach from Waterford was on the stage earlier, she mentioned about the fact that it was very important that a mayor should have power and that they would have teeth. That it all depends on that type of if the mayor is actually going to have some power. And I'm worried about the fact that it doesn't seem to mention the powers that the mayor would have in the motion.
Okay. Bernard? If you could say your name and branch.
Bernard from Clare. I kind of second what Eamon says here. I would actually strengthen the motion, if anything, to say, and abolish the office of the city manager, because that really is what we're talking about here. We're talking about taking that power away from the unelected official and creating an elected official with the same function.
Okay. Right, so let's take a vote. There are no proposed amendments, so we're voting on motion 3. Everyone in favour, please raise your lanyards. Against? Motion passes. Okay, that was a nice, easy session. Lovely. Now we have a break for half an hour. Go get some tea.
2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 2, 2.
Now, I'm sure we'll have a few more people in, just as I know people are out getting photographs and all sorts of things. So welcome back, everyone. Our speaker for this session is Dr. Aidan Regan. Aidan is an associate professor at the School of Politics and International Relations here in UCD. So as I was saying to him when I met him outside, a busman's holiday, you know. So he's published on a variety of topics, including the impact of globalization and foreign investment on Ireland's economy, the consequences of austerity, housing inequalities, multinational corporate tax avoidance, and the future of democratic capitalism. Many of you, and that's just a range of the topics, many of you will know him from his very popular Sunday Business Post, or Business Post as it's known now, articles, which I always find very interesting to read. So with that, I'd like to ask Aidan to come to the podium, and then we'll have a chat once he's finished, and we'll open discussion to the floor. Thank you.
Well, thanks very much for the invitation. It's nice to be in UCD, but not talking to an academic audience, but to a political audience, because, yeah, a lot of what I'm going to say, a lot of the work that I do actually has arguably more relevance for the people in this room than it does for other scholars or academics who might read and cite my work. So I was thinking about what would be the best topic to address or present to an audience like this in order to have, I think, a useful conversation about the future of social democracy, really. So what I'm going to talk about is the new trilemma of advanced capitalism, democracy, growth, and effective climate action, and what this means for social democracy. That's perhaps something we could talk about in the Q&A. This really is based on a book project that I'm working on with some colleagues in Oxford, in Berlin, and in Sciences Po in Paris, where we've been teasing out this idea for a couple of years. And it's basically, well, we start from the observation that at this stage, the science on the climate crisis is absolutely crystal clear. There's very little debate about what needs to be done in terms of reducing pollution, carbon emissions, CO2e equivalents, and how many tons we have left, etc., and how we get there. So the science is pretty crystal clear, and there's a huge amount of research on this out here in UCD, for example, done by the Earth Institute, which is an interdisciplinary research institute between different colleges and schools. But the problem is fundamentally political. How the hell do we do it? How do politicians in liberal democracies, in multi-party government systems, do what is necessary to effectively tackle the climate crisis, maintain growth and prosperity for low to middle income households, whilst also doing that in a democracy and being responsive to the multitude of different interests that exist in society? So I suppose that what we argue in this book, and our kind of provocation, if you like, is, well, you can't have all three. It's a trilemma. Something has to give. You simply cannot effectively address the climate crisis, and I'll get into the specifics of what I mean by that in a moment, and maintain economic growth and prosperity as we've had it for the past 50 to 70 years, and do that within a liberal democracy. And what I mean by liberal democracy is governments being responsive to voter demands, voter interests, and not just voter interests, but business interests, civil society interests. Everybody has a particular view that needs to get articulated and represented. You all know better than me, politicians have to be responsive to the interests of different groups in society, and that makes it difficult to generate the policies and the politics to implement effective climate action. So in a sense, the starting point here is to really get to a clear position of what is effective climate action. Well, effective climate action is as follows, at least in my view, and there's probably people in this room who would know much more about it than I in terms of the climate science. In order to keep global temperature rises below 1.5 degrees, which is at this point or this stage completely impossible, but below 2 degrees, we all have to reduce our pollution, our carbon emissions, to at least 2 tons per person. And I'll explain why that's really difficult by giving you some specific numbers in a moment. The overall carbon budget that's left globally is about 300 billion tons. So if we want to get to 1.5 degrees, we only have about 300 billion tons left of fossil fuels that we can, or carbon emissions that we can emit. Last year, we emitted 42 billion tons, which means there's only 7 years left before we run out of that carbon budget. So that's practically impossible, I think, to achieve at this stage. Realistically, if one wanted to get close to 2 degrees, we only have about 1,000 tons, 1,000 billion tons of CO2 equivalent, just call it pollution, left to emit. Again, 42 billion tons last year. It's going to increase again next year. It's predicted to increase again the following year, and then the hope is it will start to fall subsequently. That means we only have about 20 years left. So 20 years left to reach 2 degrees, or to maintain global temperature increases to below 2 degrees, requires an absolute radical transformation of how we do capitalism. And nobody's being honest about that. Nobody's being honest about the fact that we have to fundamentally rethink the physical, social, economic, monetary contract between citizens and government to really get to that target. So how do we effectively address the climate crises in a democracy and also maintain growth and prosperity? Well, the argument here is something has to give. At the moment, I think the status quo predominantly prevails. There's a strong commitment to economic growth, prosperity, per capita outcome, GDP, productivity increases. No politician is going to turn around and say to anybody or to any voter, we need to reduce economic growth and prosperity and expect to get re-elected. So the narrative around growth obviously is really complex, but I suspect that even people in this room would struggle to say, no, actually we need to reduce economic growth. We need to end fossil fuel use tomorrow. We have to completely change how we get around, what transport we use, what food we consume. Everything has to be fundamentally transformed. Transport, agriculture, industry, the whole lot. And that means we're all going to have to take a big hit to our standard of living in order to reduce our per capita output of emissions to less than 2 tons. The problem, of course, and as you all know better than me, we live in a world not just of economic inequality, but carbon inequalities. The top 1% of the income distribution emit, on average, about 100 tons of carbon pollution every year. The top 10% emit about 35 tons. The middle 40% emit about 12 tons. The bottom 50% emit about 6 tons. We all have to get our emissions down to less than 2 tons. So how do you tell upper middle class Ireland that they have to reduce their emissions from 100 tons to less than 2 tons? How do you tell the bottom half of the income distribution that they have to reduce it? So something, the state itself, I suppose, is where I'm going with this, which we can talk about, is going to have to take a very different role. But I think the status quo does prevail. There's a commitment to economic growth and a commitment to democracy, in the sense that governments are hugely responsive to the different interests in society. Just think about it in relation to agriculture and the difficulty of bringing the farming community along with the type of transformations that are necessary to how we eat and consume food. And that's a particular problem in Ireland, obviously, when 35% of emissions come from the agricultural sector, when on average it's about 10% in Europe. You see how quick the EU was to change their position once the farmers got out onto the streets in Brussels. You see how loud Ryanair is in terms of having a conversation about the airport. So it's very difficult, as you know, for any government to do what's necessary and appease every interest in society. You can, of course, have democracy, and a deep democracy, and have a commitment to effective climate action. But again, that means trading off economic growth. An alternative way to think about this is that, yes, we can commit to economic growth, and we can commit to increasing prosperity and improving the living standards, particularly of low to middle income households, and address the effect of the climate crises, but we're going to have to rethink how we do democracy. And that might look like something what I call here a big green state. Or you might say a big green Leninist state, right? Where the state effectively ignores big business, it ignores the interests of powerful interests in society, it strengthens state capacity, it strengthens fiscal capacity, it strengthens macroeconomic capacity, and effectively does what's necessary. We could, of course, come together to delegate climate policy to the European Central Bank, get the ECB monetary policy to commit to having emissions reductions net zero, halving emissions by 2030, getting to net zero by 2050. That could be the core target of the central bank. But of course, that would mean delegating a very powerful policy tool to an institution that is unresponsive, insulated from democratic politics. I'm not sure how that would wash in our society. So I'm going through this very quickly. Obviously, I'd like to get into a chat about it. But I suppose the point is, we can go for a degrowth strategy, yes. But I think the political backlash to a strategy like that would effectively topple democracy. You would end up with a huge far-right fascist movement organized against any attempt to minimize or reduce growth and prosperity for low to middle income households. So I don't think that's a feasible strategy in a liberal democracy. You could go for maintaining the status quo, and I think that's where we're at. There's a nod to climate policy. Lots of stuff is being done, and in fairness, Ireland is probably ahead of most countries in terms of realizing what needs to be done and implementing the policies and putting in carbon budgets, but it's nowhere near close to what needs to be done to actually tackle the scientific crises and to get to that less than 2 ton per capita emissions. Or we can go for growth and prosperity and have a big state, a big, strong fiscal state, and maybe that's the strategy in the future for social democracy in effectively tackling climate crises. I'll just finish on this. This is, I would say, the challenge for social democrats. In the top 2 quadrants are the groups with higher education. In the 2 quadrants on the left are lower income. We know today that the core vote of social democratic parties, of green parties, of centre-left parties is the top left-hand quadrant. Higher educated voters with college degrees on not high income, but low to middle income. So low to middle income college graduates with higher education. We know that traditionally the centre-left social democrats were anchored in the bottom left-hand quadrant. Lower income, lower educated voters, and that was, of course, the classic heyday of manufacturing industrial capitalism, which never really met or never came to fruition in Ireland, but at least in Western Europe. The type of politics, I think, that are necessary to move towards addressing the climate crises and minimizing that tension and conflict between growth, democracy, and effective climate action is building a coalition amongst the top left-hand quadrant and the bottom left-hand quadrant. I think that's the real struggle and strategy for social democrats today. I think the issue, particularly when it comes to the agricultural sector, and I'll finish on this, is that we know, for example, that the anchor of the far right are typically those in the bottom right-hand quadrant, higher income households on lower education, often in what would have been traditionally considered skilled working class jobs in agriculture or construction. When it comes to the farming community, there's a particular issue because the farming community is a high emitting sector, but it's also on average a low income sector. So it's high emissions, low income. The highest emitting sectors or households in Ireland and in Western Europe and in rich democracies more generally is in the top right-hand quadrant and also the top left-hand quadrant. The higher the income, the more you pollute. As rich countries get richer, they pollute more. As households get richer, they tend to pollute more. And we have a challenge now as we want to have more growth, we want to have more increased prosperity, but simultaneously at both a national, cross-national, within-country perspective, we also want to drive down those emissions. So I suppose what I'm getting at here, which we can talk about, is how do you build a working-class climate politics, right? How do you build a working-class climate politics that brings along rural, urban, working class households with higher educated households who probably can afford to do more. How do you build that type of coalition, I think, is the real challenge for social democracy in the next couple of decades. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Well, that's a big question, isn't it? And I think we're going to have to, I mean, how we govern ourselves, even in this country, is going to be part of that. And I think we have a very centralised system of government and very remote from people, and we see democracy as something that happens at election time, rather than a deeper type of democracy that engages people. The more you engage people, the more you build a consensus around things. And that really happens at local level rather than at national level. But we got independence 100 years ago, but we haven't been able to give ourselves independence by changing the structures. And I would have thought that that was one particular aspect, and I know you've written on this in relation to the public, where you're, privately rich and publicly poor in terms of the infrastructure, demonstrating things like spends on good public transport, for example, is a way of demonstrating that there is a value in terms of the quality of life, but there's a value in terms of that kind of investment from a green perspective, but also from the point of view of a quality of life perspective. That it doesn't always have to be about a negative. There can be really positive things if we do things differently.
Absolutely. I think as soon as you nail if the strategy going forward is carbon pricing or carbon taxes, it's over. If people associate more taxes with the adjustment that's necessary to get to where we need to go, you're not going to build a successful politics around this. And I think, for example, that's what a lot of the economics profession has failed to understand. We've had 50 years of carbon pricing, or a strategy of carbon pricing. From my perspective, the state has to use its balance sheet to do the investments that are necessary, and that requires rethinking fiscal and monetary policy, which is my point about getting real about capitalism, getting real about whether we can do this and not do something about how we think about economic growth. I think the degrowth scholars and the degrowth movement is much maligned, but actually I think scientifically they have a good point. They may not have the politics, but I think they're absolutely right when they highlight that we just can't continue like this. Something has to give. We need to reform fundamentally how we get around, how we consume, everything. It's a complete restructuring of contemporary capitalism, something that hasn't been done in over 100 years. So what kind of green macroeconomics, what kind of new Keynesian green macroeconomic policy might be in place, I think, is the question. And it comes down to who's going to finance this? Who's ultimately going to pick up the bill for this? If the bill falls on low to middle income households, it's over. So is the state going to use its balance sheet to make those investments? Is it going to put in wealth taxes on the highest earners? Are we going to start targeting, those who pollute the most? Are we going to start at the top? And I think that's the only politics. But it's ultimately, even if you did all that, you had the finance, you had a new macroeconomic policy, do you have the capacity at the state level to actually implement this? And that, I think, is an even deeper question, which we could talk about.
Yeah. I was actually intrigued by one of your articles when you talked about the very poor public investment, how we feel poor public realm, and all of that. Poor investment in transport, in public services and that. And your Irish students talked about the cause of that being post-colonialism, where your European students diagnosed the solution by saying you have to decentralise in the real sense of the word, in that you give the power back to the local by having a proper local government system. And that's obviously going to be a key issue this year in terms of we have local elections, but we actually are electing people to local administrations rather than local democratic institutions, because we haven't really got to that. And that is critically important. The other thing is that it's no accident that this has happened because of the politics that has governed us predominantly to date. And we can see, certainly since the economic crash, we can see the amount that of public services that are outsourced. The state is not as big as it needs to be. As the population has grown, the state has not grown with it and is not providing the ability to deliver public services. So I would make an argument that we absolutely have to have social democracy to make different political choices, because the politics that has got us here is part of the problem in terms of people's understanding of where the solution might be.
Absolutely, and I think it is a bit puzzling that at this very critical moment in society, not just in Ireland, but across Europe, United States as well, you would think that it's social democracy that would be best placed to respond to the problems that need to be solved. If you're a social democrat, you believe in the state. You believe in the state using its revenue, using its balance sheet, using its capacity to solve problems on behalf of people. But as you just mentioned, we've weakened the state significantly. And I think this has always been the problem, if you like, or the underlying issue with liberalism generally, is that they don't really believe in the state, They don't really believe in building up state capacity. But you can have a democratic state, but unless it can actually effectively solve the problems, this is why I think you see it in the polls, you see it in public opinion data, a lot of younger voters are, and I can see with my own students, they want to flirt with a more authoritarian idea. They're not convinced of democracy because they think democracy can't solve the problems. And I think this is what a lot of it comes down to. Basic things, so many of the issues that voters care about are local government issues. We don't really have an effective local government. You might have the best social democrats elected after the next election, hopefully you do, but can they actually solve the problem when the local state system itself doesn't have that capacity? I think that's the real issue, and because we have such a centralised state in Ireland, it's not really able to respond to those local problems, hence why the rise of independence being so vocal on local issues. I think that's connected, but absolutely, the future for democracy, social democracy, I think, is refinding its commitment to the state and having a clear idea about what the role of the state is and generating a narrative that doesn't sound stale, that actually is, no, we're serious about using the state because we think the state is best placed to solve these problems on your behalf.
And like when you start looking at, because I'm on the Public Accounts Committee, and you start looking at one of the things that is repeatedly in front of us is, you'll be looking at things that you could actually get better value, and you're really being prudent about how you spend money. And, outsourcing and using big consultancy firms, building up their capacity rather than building up the capacity of the state actually costs more. And actually what it does is it gives almost a never-ending circular advantage to those private entities, because you don't have the solutions internally, because you have outsourced. You've outsourced that competency, if you like. So you can be very prudent in building your state. It doesn't have to cost you more, but you just spend the money differently. But you have to have that philosophy to begin with. You have to have a state that is capable of responding to the issues and delivering good public services, because people will not object to paying taxes if they get what the taxes are collected for. If they have a good public health service, if their education system, if their systems for dealing with and caring for people with disabilities, for example, if you're spending good money on public transport systems, if you're spending money on social and affordable houses where people can see that return and they're proud and confident in the state, I think then people will then have a confidence in building the state. But if you don't do that, then you'll be saying, oh, the state can't do it. But if you don't resource the state to do it, you can't criticise the state for not doing it.
I think a perfect example of this is, how are we responding to the climate crisis for the most part when it comes to the macro financial side? Well, we're basically hoping that big finance is going to solve the problem. And we've been hoping for that for about 10 or 20 years. We're hoping that the financial sector, the financial market, is going to allocate capital efficiently and effectively to where it needs to go to make those investments to solve those problems. And it's not happening. So, this is my point, it's an opportunity for social democracy to say, well, actually, the climate crisis is an opportunity for social democracy to refine its idea about the big green state and using the balance sheet of the state to do a lot of these investments, or at least to push capital in where it needs to go. But you don't really hear that. It's almost considered to be Marxist if you suggest that the state should be involved in allocating capital to where it needs to go.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to ask if there are questions that people... Oh, good. There's... I can see 3 hands up on this side, and I'm going to go this side first. 1, 2, 3 in that order. Do we have? And then I'll come over to this side. Sorry, it was going over here first. I'll come back on this side. Sorry.
My first?
Sorry, could I just say I'm in trouble because Bill isn't my... You're back down there. Yeah. I'm just going to get into trouble. I'm getting a look here from a Kildare councillor, so he's next in after the first 3 here.
Okay, John Hurley, I'm the local election candidate for Stillorgan. Welcome to my borough.
You have to fix the bike lanes.
Yeah. Aidan, you mentioned how carbon tax and degrowth will never gain popularity in a democratic system. But is it possible to identify dirty growth or dishonest growth? And the example I'm thinking of is what's happened with waste management in Ireland in recent years, or going back maybe 20 years, where it was privatised, basically. And it's been turned into a profit-driven industry, where we have a huge incinerator on the edge of Dublin Bay, which has to be fed. We have to compensate them if we don't feed it enough. Since we opened it, our consumption of plastic has skyrocketed. The EPA's statistics in 2019 showed that less than 24% of plastic was recycled in Ireland. It's actually going into the incinerator. And they love it because it's a high-calorie fuel that they can add as a supplement to all the messy stuff to make sure it burns at a higher temperature more efficiently. We're constantly told that that plant, has the capability to generate so many kilowatt hours of electricity, and they keep mentioning that it's capable of doing district heating, none of which has ever been attempted since they opened it, right? So we're forced to buy more and more plastic in our shopping. We're now paying for people to take that away, and it's actually a fuel that we're paying somebody to get a fuel to then burn, to send up into the atmosphere, and then the wastewater is poured into Dublin Bay, which is changing the ecology of Dublin Bay. The whole thing stinks, right? It's wrong on every level. We're being treated as mugs, doing our recycling religiously, and someone's making a profit off it. Now, can that just be called out and reversed and say, okay, the government should take management of waste management and actually not make it driven for profit, and actually force retail companies to use less plastic packaging and basically cut back and then have those benefits for the environment?
Right, I'm going to take the two more that I indicated, and then Aidan is going to come back, and then we'll go to the other side.
All right. Hello. So my name is Thomas Creamer from the Sligo Leitrim branch. And in relation to, I suppose, trying to implement the policies of the Big Green State, one thing that came to mind was on an EU level, there has been some restriction in the aftermath of the great financial crisis to try and, I suppose, restrict deficit spending, to restrict the growth in debt spending, which was temporarily relaxed because of the pandemic. But in general, on the EU level, there does seem to be that tendency to view with suspicion, like the kind of supposed massive expansionary policies that would be required for a big green state policy to be implemented. And given the way most European countries are going politically, it's very unlikely that it's probably a lot more likely to get more far-right or centre-right governments who are probably not going to be likely to change course on that too greatly. So what implications would that have if we do have an Irish government that does try and do the right thing in terms of expanding the state, but might find itself getting into trouble on an EU level if it tries to expand the state monetarily in that manner?
Okay.
Thank you.
And the third person? Sorry, it was somebody further back. So I'll just take the two. So you go ahead, and then the person behind you, and then we're stopping at this side and we're going over here.
Okay. Yeah, I just think it'll have to be, I don't know, the way it's like kind of advertised, I guess, like carbon taxes and things like that are going to have to be like, just, I guess, so, like not literally so, but like just portrayed differently, because I feel like kind of like lower income people maybe, or working class, are not really, I felt, being like spoken to about it, because it's just like we're just paying taxes to this vague thing. It's not very like specific, and like they, especially with like the cost of living, they're just been kind of, I feel, talked down to a bit, and it's just things like they're being told, like, you know, to not eat meat or take public transport, but none of these things are being like implemented. I feel it's very like band-aid, like we might put a bus stop here, we might add an extra bus route, but I feel like it's very Dublin-centric. I especially noticed like with the Green Party, I think that's where they kind of fell down. I don't feel they are being like spoken to, lower income people, so I think it has to be kind of higher income needs to be called out a bit more, or multinational companies, things like that. And yeah, I think definitely it needs to be just, yeah, sold better, and for a way that genuine, like you said, I don't think people would mind paying taxes if it was things were overhauled, done more comprehensively. So yeah, just a comment about that.
Okay, thanks very much for that. And to go back to the person, just, yeah.
Hi. I know like one of the kind of issues, especially around the cost of living crisis, was like kind of corporations and big companies and monopolies and stuff, price gouging and greedflation and that sort of thing. And I was just curious in terms of what, if Aidan thinks that like antitrust legislation, like that was kind of enacted by FDR in the 30s, and like any kind of breaking up big monopolies, if that's actually possible in a country like Ireland that's so small and that's so kind of reliant on big corporate monopolies. If we did get a progressive government, would that even be possible?
Thank you. If you'd like to.
Sure. I mean, answer to the first question, yes, 100%. The government can assert itself, the state can assert itself and create new priorities and policies. And in a sense, this is the kind of key message that I'm trying to get across here. The state has the sovereign power to do that. Doesn't use it a lot of the time. And in some ways, weakening democracy implies for a lot of people undermining the private property rights of a lot of private business, right? And I think the state asserting itself to do things like making plastic illegal, right? Obviously, Ireland is not going to do that on its own, but states coming together and asserting their interests over corporate business can be done. But we know that it's very difficult to do that because the asymmetry of bargaining power between the private and public sector is so big. But the short answer to your question is yes, the state has the power to do it, and it can do it, and it should do it, right? It just needs to have a little bit more confidence about the state to do it, I think. But I think it's related to the second question on fiscal policy. I mean, I think, like a lot of people, I suspect in this room, I've been deeply frustrated with the European Union and how it approaches fiscal policy and monetary policy for the past 15 years. Even with the latest fiscal reforms and the new rules that have been introduced, there's no clear target for what is the purpose of fiscal policy. If you're running a 4% deficit, but also driving down your emissions, improving your public transport, well, that's a good thing, right? So this obsession with deficits are bad because deficits are bad is it's like a completely outdated way to think about it. It's like, what does the deficit do? Does it generate state capacity? Does it allow you to solve problems? Are you driving down your emissions? Are you tackling the climate crisis? And if the answer to that question is yes, well, 100%, let's go for it. The Irish state hasn't positioned itself like that for obvious reasons, given that it's so closely connected to the European People's Party and the Conservative centre-right for 20-odd plus years now. So, of course, the Irish state is not going to rewrite the fiscal rules, but at least having a little bit more assertion and aligning yourself up with more progressive voices, whether it's the Spanish government, at least can nudge or can move in that direction. But I agree, if we're serious, and again, of course it's easy for me to say as an academic, but if we're going to tackle the climate crisis, we're going to have effective climate action, we have to tear up the economic rule book. And nobody's being honest about that. But to tear up an economic rule book means breaking a lot of eggs, stamping on a lot of people's toes. Whether it's voters that vote for you or business that you might be against, a lot of people are going to be upset by it. Carbon taxes, if we had the most efficient, effective public transport system, if we had an extremely well-insulated housing, if all of our buildings, commercial and housing, were retrofitted to A1 standards and all of the infrastructure was in place, at that point, yes, carbon taxes make sense. You basically penalise and price the consumption of a very dirty, polluting fuel. But until we get to that point, it's going to be very difficult to convince people of what needs to be done on that basis. But that's not an argument against carbon taxes. It's just that carbon taxes are one very, very small part of the bigger strategy that has to be implemented, has to be part of a much bigger fiscal strategy. Profiteering, antitrust legislation. In some ways, Joe Biden, notwithstanding his weakness on foreign policy, but his green industrial policy, his approach to subsidizing green energy, green industry, and the backlash that he got from the European Union, I think Joe Biden is right. I think his approach to green industrial policy is spot on. I think he understands that the state has to take the lead in subsidizing and financing the next industrial revolution. He knows that China is doing it. China is going to outstrip everybody. Like, the future is China, whether we like it or not, because China is doing what needs to be done effectively, because it's not a democracy, and it's generating growth while doing it. It's not having to be responsive to any interest in their society. It wants to drive down its emissions. It wants to invest in its climate infrastructure, not because it cares about the climate or the planet, but because it sees its future as being the leader of climate capitalism, neoliberalism 2.0. That's where China is leading. And Joe Biden understands that. And that's why he's doing what he's doing. Whereas in the European Union, we're still obsessed with competition rules. We're obsessed with deficits, obsessed with a macroeconomic policy that's just not fit for purpose. So yeah, Ireland is not going to be able to lead an antitrust revolution. But Nina Khan, the antitrust federal enforcer in the US, she's done more in the last 5 years than anybody has done in the US over the past 30 years. Hence why big tech and big pharma companies are desperate to get rid of her. But I think it does show the way forward.
Okay, now we're going to go this side, and I'm going to start. I'm going to count and give everybody a number, okay? Bill Clear first, because I'll be killed if I don't. Just down there, you're number 2, number 3, number 4 there, number 5, and number 6. Okay, we're going to take those 6. And can you keep them short with a question, so as we have time for maybe another round, okay? So, Bill.
Thank you. Your analysis of the farming community is interesting. We are the only party with a farmer as our leader. The rest are all teachers, doctors, and I don't know what, you know. So at least we have some, and it shows when she's being interviewed. She knows what she's talking about, which is good. You say that farming is, you know, the different groups, but my family are also, my wife's family, I spend a lot of time on the farm, doing repetitive jobs, which is fun sometimes. But it is divided into, it is small and medium, and then very large. And then the very large is joined by IFA, and then the government bodies, Board BIA, and then the minister. I am fascinated that the Minister of Agriculture is the only person who represents the farmers, but you never see the Minister for Social Protection representing people on the dole. You know, it's very strange set up the way they do it, and all these other organisations. My experience with the small and medium is they really do care about what they're looking at every single day. My mother-in-law's under siege by two extensively large dairy farmers who need to buy the land and increase the price she rents for a substantial amount of money. What I'm saying is, how do we stand up to these vested interests, which is big plus IFA? They're incredibly negative. They're incredibly, and what they're, at the moment, they're gone very, very bad with their disinformation and misinformation. Is that something which is concerning to you? Thank you.
Okay, number 2.
That working? Yep, sorry. Thanks very much, Catherine. Thanks, Aidan. That was excellent. Noel Wardick is my name from Dublin Bay North. One of the things that just really caught my attention, actually, and I don't know if you said it really as a by the way, but it struck me as a real concern and possible opportunity, and that was when you mentioned, I think, not to paraphrase you, more and more your students are prepared to flirt with less or more authoritarian regimes and less democracy out of frustration with democracy, which is frightening, I have to say, because it's not democracy that's the problem, it's the policies that are implemented within democracy. But frustrations can lead people to take all sort of interesting perspectives or dangerous perspectives, and any dabbling with democracy is like jumping into a sea of sharks thinking you can, come back out in one piece. So I just think that's really interesting. I'd be interested to hear your reflections on that, and what does, is that widespread? Is that getting more widespread? And the threat being obviously that people would just begin to say, let's take a chance with non-democracy. And then also it presents, I think, a real opportunity for a party such as the Social Democrats, because it would be incumbent on us to show that democracy is not the problem, it's policies and courage and leadership and bravery to implement the correct policies that is the problem. So that's an opportunity for us to show that no, democracy is the way forward, freedom is the way forward, but that if things are done differently, the problems that are frustrating people can be addressed. So I'm just really interested and a bit concerned as to that feedback, and I think we as a party should listen to that, because places like UCD and colleges where ideas and future leaders of the country and future policies are fermenting and growing, and that's a canary in the coal mine. We need to know about it. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Noel. Is over here, I think, number 3. You'll have to hold on to your numbers because I can't see.
I'm just curious, as an average citizen in this country, what the clear message from any political party should be about how we can reconcile the two very, very distinct sort of messages that we're receiving about consume, 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 stop consuming, stop consuming, stop consuming. And how are we supposed to reconcile that? And what is the clear message that a political party can offer to show us how to, not that we need to be shown, but I think the message that what we have to hear is we need to focus on green energy, green policies, but there is the capitalist message that we're receiving as well, which is to purchase, to buy, to consume, to keep the economy going. How do we as an average kind of populace reconcile those two very conflicting messages?
Okay, thank you. Next here, and then that's number 4.
Hello, thank you very much. Gerald Canton, I'm the chair of DBS of the Dublin Bay South Branch. Regarding the trilemma that you've illustrated there, I wonder if you seen perhaps or considered perhaps the solutions that are being offered by individual cities in Europe as opposed to large government organizations. They appear to be more nimble. In fact, Ms. Hidalgo in Paris, how she's revolutionized transport and the way people are living in Barcelona as well with superblocks. And would the new urbanism movement provide solutions within that? And are we looking at the wrong bodies in governments or states? And should we be looking back at a city-state idea?
Thank you. 5 and 6 are just here.
Hi, Leslie Byrne, candidate for Killiney and Shankill. I really loved the quadrant that you had up there. I'm a secondary school principal and I love to see education there. The area that I work in is a Desh secondary school, and people there, we talk about a trilemma here. They have octalemmas of lack of services, lack of jobs, lack of housing, all the things that we know about. And I'm just wondering, do we overlook the solution for climate action in communities that are so underserved that they can't actually engage in democracy in the way that we hope that they would? And is it too slow or long-term a solution to really focus our social democracy on those voices that are marginalized, that don't engage in democracy, and maybe not be the people that vote for us, and do we have to, is that part of the solution for democracy and for climate change, is to really focus on those working class excluded communities to support them into moving into those other quadrants that are really ready to engage. And otherwise, I look at the families and communities that I'm looking at and I think, how in the name of God would we even start at telling them to prioritize their recycling or their carbon emissions when living on a day-to-day basis is near impossible in these days? Thank you.
Thank you. And the next.
Hi, David Lafferty from Dún Laoghaire branch. I just want to know, why do you think do current and previous governments and politicians, why are they refusing to build big public transport capital projects? Like the train to Navan was meant to be upgraded 25 years ago. No one talks about it. The metro to Dublin Airport and Swords has been talked about since I've been a child. And same, no train to Lucan either. Why are Irish politicians afraid to spend money on public transportation?
Thank you. Now, there's a lot there.
There is, yeah.
If you can solve that, we're halfway.
I mean, so can we pull up the final slide, if that's okay? So, I mean, how do you tackle, you're absolutely right. When we talk about the agricultural sector, we completely forget that there is a small percentage of the agricultural sector that dominates all profits in that sector. The problem is not small and medium-sized farmers. The problem is big corporate agri-food producers. And they've had the system set up in such a way that directly benefits them for a very long time. So how do you generate a narrative to win support amongst smaller farms? I suggest that maybe focusing on the profiteering and the profits of big business, of which the agri-sector is very central to, is the way forward. Because the big agri-food producers and exporters in Ireland do not represent small farmers. And I'm pretty sure small farmers would acknowledge that straight away. So it seems to me that that's a way forward there, focusing on their profit. The question on authoritarian solutions, it's a little bit more nuanced than that. We know from polling data, not just in Ireland, but across all democracies, younger voters are more likely to express dissatisfaction with democracy. Now, that might just be a case of when you've never realized what the opposite really is, and you've never lived under a non-democracy, it's probably easier to flirt with different ways. Now, I have my own social scientific problems with how those questions are asked, right? It seems to me that the issue is not so much with democracy, but rather people want effective government to solve problems. And the focus is actually a perception that governments are just not solving the problems. So it's not so much a problem with democracy, but a kind of just a lack of interest or a distrust in politics. Politicians are all the same. They don't know how to solve problems. They're not very smart. They don't have the capacity, this kind of thinking, you know, as opposed to maybe many years ago as well. If you think that's a problem, get active, get involved in politics, you know. So I suggest, I think that is really the issue. So again, from a social democracy perspective, I think it's an opportunity because we can say to those younger voters, social democracy is the answer, right? Liberal democracy and how we've done democracy for the past 20 or 30 years, the economic toolkits that we've used have not worked, but actually social democracy has a different understanding of what actually government is supposed to do. So it's kind of rebuilding, I think, and generating trust and confidence in the idea of social democracy. And of course, we could debate all day
what exactly is social democracy today. And I think it has to be part of a green social democratic agenda. It has to be part of a green left movement or a green left platform. So the top left-hand quadrant, I mean, what I'm going to say now is just an empirical observation. It's not a judgment on social democracy or social democrats. The social democrats, not just in Ireland, but in most Northwest Europe, are anchored in that top left-hand vote. Higher educated, urban, liberal voters, right? Sinn Féin, we know, are very much anchored in that bottom left-hand quadrant. And the fact that Sinn Féin are occupied in that bottom left-hand quadrant is a big part of the answer why we've not had a competitively electorally successful far-right movement yet, right? Now let's see when Sinn Féin are in government, or if they're in government, I suspect that that will weaken and the door will be left open for a far-right threat coming from the bottom right-hand quadrant. But the Social Democrats are anchored in that top left-hand quadrant, which means that I think it's probably a lot easier for the Social Democrats, for you, to say to your core vote all the stuff that we've been talking about. I suspect that you'll get quite a positive response to the need to consume less and change your production habits and be a little bit more concerned. The risk is, though, that you totally block off any possibility of expanding into that bottom left-hand quadrant. You might get some votes from the top right-hand quadrant, and the more you focus on those more liberal issues, I suspect you will pull in many Fine Gael voters, but you're not going to be able to compete with Sinn Féin. And I suppose it's a question for you to answer. Do we want to compete with Fine Gael for the liberal vote, the higher educated liberal vote, or do we want to compete with Sinn Féin for the rural urban working class vote? Well, I would say compete with Sinn Féin. And that's what the real struggle and challenge is. And the issue is not how people consume. I find it always irritating myself when there's so much focus on individual consumption habits. We need to make fossil fuels illegal. We need to make the production of fossil fuels illegal. The emphasis has to be on the producer. And that means confronting big business and not putting the emphasis on those lower income households who consume. And I think that's the kind of shift in politics that's necessary. I'm all about the city-state. Could talk all day about the city-state. I think a winning strategy for the Social Democrats, if you're in government or in advance of competing for government or in an election, is to say that you're going to delegate huge amounts of political power back to the city council level. And if you want to strengthen your urban liberal vote in Dublin, say that you're going to strengthen Dublin City Council. Dublin City Council, you're going to make a new city-state with powers, with technical capacity. Now, of course, that means giving up power. And who's going to give up power in the Department of Finance? So, but I totally agree. Many of the solutions are at the city level, not the national level. And Ireland is so far away from what needs to be done there. If I go there, it'll be depressing, right? I mean, we know in political science research, the successful strategy of far-right movements begins by mobilizing the disengaged. And mobilizing typically voters in the bottom two left-hand quadrants, who often are disengaged from politics. We know that the electoral success of far-right parties begins by getting those to vote who never voted before. So what I'm going to say now might sound like an anti-democratic statement. It's not. But actually, what we see now in the data, increased voter turnout is a benefit to the far right. Lower voter turnout benefits parties in the top two quadrants, right? So that is a challenge, and that is an issue. I don't think the Social Democrats are in a position to compete for that vote. I think you can compete with Sinn Féin for some of that vote, but I'm not sure, you all know much better than me in that, but I'm not sure that's a winning strategy. But maybe, but I don't think so. Why does the state not invest in public transport? The Irish state, and you know this, you all know this better than me, basically stopped all investment in public transport during the austerity years, post-2008. So it wasn't just a lack of capital investment in housing, it was a massive lack of capital investment in transport. So we're wedded, it seems to me, and again I'm curious to hear your view, it seems to me that there's the legacy of the financial crash and the fear of raising revenue through public bonds, issuing debt, and the fear of running a deficit is very deep now at the top of the state, which meant that they missed a massive opportunity for 10 years when we had negative real interest rates to raise the finance, to allocate capital, to do those big public infrastructural investments. I don't think the opportunity is totally gone. I think the Irish state is still in a position, notwithstanding higher interest rates, to still do that, but we missed a huge opportunity during those 10 to 15 years. And it all comes back to the dominance of a fiscally conservative mindset at the heart of the Irish state, which is, in my view, the opposite of how Social Democrats should be approaching economic policy.
Thanks very much for that. And I thought we would have another time for another round of questions. Where our time is up, we're 18 seconds over. There's a clock very helpfully sitting there in front of us. I think that's been really interesting. I think it's been thought-provoking. There's so many things I'd like to have to continue on having a chat about. I'm one of the biggest fans of the Interconnector, which is a small underground piece that would pull our rail services together. It keeps on getting pushed out and pushed out and pushed out. It would be expensive financially, but it depends what you count in terms of value. I'm always intrigued when we look at GDP and counting the value of GDP, and you're looking at countries, you're looking at the cultural value of Florence, for example. You're looking at how a functioning city like Berlin works. You're looking at how they run healthcare in, say, France, and yet you don't measure those. You measure GDP, and I just think if we can get a mindset that can think differently, I think that would be half the battle. I think it's been a very interesting session, and I'd like to very much thank you for very thought-provoking. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Padraig. Well, it's Padraig's motion. I assume he's going to speak about it.
Okay, hi everybody. We are on, it's me again, session 5, motions, so PM 12 would be the first one. So just a little bit of housekeeping again. If you're speaking on a motion or an amendment, if you could sit somewhere near the front or near the edge of your row. The person speaking on the motion has 3 minutes, the amendment has 2 minutes. It returns to the proposer for 1 minute, and I'll take 1 or 2 for or against from the floor. Right. Motion PM 12, National Executive. 12, yeah. Is that you, Kojo? Yes. Great, thank you. No rush. So Kojo has 3 minutes.
So, conference, my apologies for running late to speak to you this evening. Probably because I didn't know I was supposed to be speaking on this motion, and I hadn't planned a detailed speech. However, the benefit of this motion, the benefit of this economic policy the party is outlining, is really about how do we make the country and our economy fairer, and also how do we make it more efficient. In the first part of this motion, we talk very much around privatization. And what we've seen from instances all over the world is that privatization of services is the route to more expensive services and poorer delivery of services. And be that in any sector, be it in health, be it in transport, be it in the provision of disability services, services to folks as they get older. It is a constant route to services which are poorer and more expensive. So why would you do it? And that's why in this motion, we are asking you to support this policy that's reaffirming the fact that we have to deliver public services through public means. And we have to ward away from the terror that is privatization. There is a place for market forces in our society. There is a place for market forces in how we work and how we live. But in the delivery of essential public services is not it. So I ask you to support this motion because of that. Again, the other key principle that is outlined in this motion in its last paragraph is really looking at the concept of universal basic services, making sure that our citizens do not have to be begging for what they pay for, what you've all paid for in your time and your hard work and your contribution to the state. And we have to make sure that those services are going to be free at the point of use, and we get rid of the criminal things in the way that we do things like paying for your GP visit and begging for the medical card. That is not good enough in 21st century Ireland. Support this motion.
Thank you, Kojo. There are no amendments to this motion, so I'll take it to the floor. Would anyone like to speak against this motion? Anybody for? Okay, let's vote. Everyone in favour of this motion, raise your hand in yard, please. Against? Motion passes. Lovely, thank you. Congratulations, National Executive. Okay, PM8, workers' rights. Rory Power speaking on this one. Oh. Rory, you have 3 minutes.
Gurmaga Chila and the Vicarja. Firstly, just to thank the Cork Southwest branch for allowing us to introduce this motion. So this seeks to reaffirm the party's commitment to advancing the cause of workers in Irish society. It's been a key priority for the parliamentary party since the start of this Dáil term, Their first private member's motion focused on issues such as mandating the right to collective bargaining, tackling the prevalence of low-paid and precarious work in Irish society. So this is really bread and butter stuff for any Social Democratic Party worth its salt. It should continue to be at the top of our political agenda. Just to note as well, again, when it comes to precarious and low-paid work, that does disproportionately impact women and migrant workers. So we just wanted to note that in the motion too. We also have noted here as well in the motion text that we would like to see the party continue to deepen its links with the trade union movement. So there's a number of specific calls in the text which you can see. Just want to draw attention to one or two of them. There's a piece in here about endeavouring to strengthen legislation to tackle workplace discrimination. This is an issue that was raised actually quite well at a Left Bank seminar a while ago, looking at some of the gaps in the Unfair Dismissals Act, particularly in terms of how unscrupulous employers can still get away with some elements of discrimination on the grounds of protected categories. So that's something that certainly needs to be cleaned up. Another important one here, and this is feeding on from some work done by the Migrants' Rights Centre in Ireland, highlighting the really excessive cost of visa renewal applications from migrant workers. So migrant workers who are often taking on roles at a lesser wage and more precarious terms than their Irish counterparts are also faced with really significant charges on an annual or biannual basis to renew their migrant visa. This should be processed, in our view, on a cost basis to the state. So looking across Europe, you're talking about fees of 20, 30 quid. In Ireland, it's up 300. So it's not right for the state to be making bank off the back of exploited migrant workers, and we think that should be removed. Finally, as well, I think it's appropriate, we're in a university here, and the Employment Control and Training Framework is a really nefarious austerity-era measure that was brought in that put an arbitrary cap on the number of full-time permanent employees that can be hired by higher education institutes. It's a shocking piece of legislation. It's well overdue that it should be replaced, and I think it's a bread and butter thing the party should include in the next manifesto. So I'll leave it there, but happy to take questions. Or not questions, sorry, that's your job. Apologies. Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks, Rory. There are no proposed amendments. Would anyone on the floor like to speak against this motion? Anyone for? Okay, Martha? We're just going to bring you a mic if you could say your name and your branch, please.
Hello, thank you very much. My name is Gerald Canton. I'm from Dublin Bay South Branch. I just want to say that I'm back living in Ireland now 10 years, and I've been that migrant worker who has been discriminated against. I've been that migrant worker who was under sort of false self-employment, who's had to go through all of these issues. And it's only that I was a European citizen that I could actually survive in France for the length of time that I did. So I have nothing but respect for the carers for my husband, who are all from Brazil, Chile, etc. And to remind everyone that 2 winters ago, we were in COVID and I had no carers for my husband all through the Christmas period, and I had to work 24 hours a day because of this kind of bogus employment legislation. So I'm fully in favour of this motion.
Thank you, Gerald. So, everyone in favour of this motion, please raise your lanyards. And against? Motion passes. Thank you. So, the last motion I will chair as SOCDEM's chair. Cork South Central, Porrick.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pádraig Rice. I'm a member in Cork South Central Branch, and I'm one of the candidates in the upcoming local elections. I'm delighted to propose this motion titled Dealing with Drugs, a Modern Approach. Let me say from the offset that the government's drugs policy has utterly failed. It has had devastating impacts for individuals, for families, and for communities. It has cost lives, it has impacted on life outcomes, and it hasn't served us well. We urgently need a new approach. This motion sets out how the SOCDEMs will do things differently. Our proposal is based on evidence, compassion, and common sense. All of these approaches are missing from the government's current policy. The motion calls on the parliamentary party to campaign for the decriminalisation of drugs for personal use. Nobody should be a criminal for using drugs. No one should have their life held back because they used drugs in the past. No one should have to worry that a previous conviction for drug use will stop them from getting a job or from moving country or any other opportunity. Serious consideration must also be given to the legalization, regulation, and taxation of cannabis and other related drugs. We are therefore calling on the government to establish an expert commission to examine the evidence from other countries and to provide recommendations. Our motion also calls for a health-based approach to addiction and to the expansion of inclusive addiction services. We need to see more services and supports for people with addiction. We also support the introduction of safe injection and drug consumption facilities in urban centres. These have been long promised, but there's been a real failure to deliver. The solution to drug use on our streets is not the closing of lanes or the policing of people. It is the opening of safe injection and drug consumption facilities. Those who use drugs should have a safe place to do so. We also want to see an increased availability of drug testing services and anti-overdose drugs. And we need to take proactive measures to save lives and reduce harm. Crucially, all of these measures need to be included in an updated and fully funded national drug strategy. Finally, let me say we're happy to accept the amendments put forward that call for an Oireachtas committee to be established and for the implementation of the recommendations of the Citizen Assembly on drug use as a matter of urgency. I urge members to support this motion and to make it a priority issue for the Soc Dems as we face into the next elections. Thank you.
Thanks, Pádraig. So we have a proposed amendment from Dublin Bay North. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, everybody, and thanks very much to Cork Sound Centre for proposing this motion. It's becoming increasingly urgent as the drugs crisis worsens. So any amendments here are seeking only to strengthen the motion. The 7 things, well, we changed them to 10 actions to increase the number of actions from 7 to 10 to include actions around the recommendations of the Citizens Assembly on drug use, to replace injection in the motion with consumption, as increasingly in the cohort of drug users who use injection is decreasing, and that consumption includes far more extremely vulnerable drug users. Consumption facilities, instead of injection rooms, include bring into the fold all these other drug users. This is in the best principles of harm reduction. To insert is bullet point 2. The immediate convening of the Oireachtas Committee is called for by the Citizens Assembly on drug use. This should be done before any further actions are taken, so that actions can be taken in a coordinated and holistic fashion in this, on this serious public health issue. And as we know, the Citizens Assembly were looking for an Oireachtas Committee that would come under the Taoiseach's office rather than either justice or health to strengthen it. To insert as bullet point 3, the implementation of the recommendations of the Citizens Assembly on drug use is a matter of urgency. Many of the recommendations include the actions that are called for in this motion, and they include far more that govern social and psychological, political, and most importantly, health approaches. Insert prioritising before the 7 bullet points. As the motion calls for these specifically, it appears that these are the specific actions required, although implementation of the recommendations of the Citizens Assembly may also include these.
Sorry, thank you. Pádraig, you have a minute to respond.
Oh, and sorry, I forgot to say from Dublin Bay North, Aileen Malone, and we fully support the motion.
Yeah, just to say we're happy to accept the amendments. I think it strengthens the motion and makes it stronger, so happy to support the amendments in Dublin North. Thank you.
Okay. Would anyone like to speak against the motion from the floor? The motion. Against the motion. Would anyone like to speak against the motion? Anyone like to speak for? Okay, here at the front, Martha. If you could state your name and your branch, please.
So it's Naomi Wicko, and
forgive me, it's already in the Citizens' Assembly piece, but I just would feel that an important thing to be included, I don't know, like, would be an education piece for youth education, staff education. I'm a nurse myself, so I feel I would do a better job if I had some CPD and things. I suppose what I'm saying is, and forgive me again if it's in the Citizens' Assembly piece already, maybe it's covered, but resourcing and funding to prioritise education on this would, I think, be a priority if it were to pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will vote on the amendment. Everyone in favour of the proposed amendment? Against? Amendment passes. And now we vote. Sorry, not done yet. And now we're going to vote on the motion as amended. So the motion as amended, in favour? Against? Passes. That was a lovely, relaxing session, wasn't it? It's nice, and we're under time. I've just been asked to remind everybody that there will be food in the bar after the leader's speech this evening. There will be more food than there was last night. And apparently there will be more staff behind the bar as well. So we would love for you all to stick around and have a drink and have a bit of food with us later after leader's speech, which is coming up quite soon. But we have a bit of a break now, I think. Yeah, and we'll be back at 6 to meet your local election candidates and hear the leader's speech. And then I will announce the election results after that. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, great. 2-2, if it all, check, check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 1, 2, check, mic check, 1, 2, 2, 2, hey, 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 1, 2, 1. Cool.
She's doing a bit of a season for me because I was, and I think they were trying to get her back in this week. She's brilliant.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Talking into the mics, testing the stream going to the overflow room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All good?
Good evening, conference. It is my great pleasure, conference, to introduce you to all of the people across the country who will be contesting the local elections for the Social Democrats this June. I'm going to call out their name. I'm going to ask each person to please come up to the stage as your name is called out. So here we go. It's a long list. Aaron McAlorum, Aisling Silk, Councillor Alan Kern, Alan Moynihan, Andrew Ring, Anne Bambury, Councillor Bill Clear, Councillor Cat O'Driscoll, Councillor Catrin Stocker, Councillor Chris Heinhold, Councillor Chris Pender, Councillor Claire Claffey, Daniel Ennis, Danny Alvey, Deirdre McCormick, Donna Vuma, Evelyn Shogta, Councillor Elisa O'Donovan, Ellen O'Doherty, Owen Hayes, Councillor Owen O'Brien, Fiona Levy, Hilary Tong, Isabel Towes, Jen Cummins, Jeslyn Henry, John Hurley, Councillor Justin Sinnott, Karen Hinkson Deeney, Leslie Byrne, Lola Gonzalez Farrell, Lynn Tierney, Councillor Mary Callahan, Councillor Mary Roach, Mistura Oibijanji, Niall McCreener, Councillor Nuala Killeen, Orly Degani, Paddy Monaghan, Padraig Rice, Pat Balfe, Councillor Paul Mulville, Peter Melrose, Rachel Wall, Richard Terry, Councillor Ronan Moore, Shane Hickey O'Mara, Sheila Doyle, Susan Doyle and Tim Clifford. Conference. So you're going to be very disappointed with the first thing I have to say, which is can you please turn off mobile phones, put them on silent, and if everyone can remain seated, we will be going live on air in about 5 minutes or so. And I'm just going to ask the photographer to move slightly so I can see the timings. Thank you. Friends, I want to begin by thanking everyone who worked so hard to organise our national conference. We hugely appreciate all the work put in behind the scenes by volunteers and staff that made this conference a great success. Seeing us all together in this room is a reminder that we are part of something bigger. We are a diverse group of people, all dedicated to a common cause. We see the blatant inequalities across our society, and we know that things can be better. We believe that working collectively we can change things. That is why we need the Social Democrats. That is why Catherine Murphy and Roisin Shortall made the courageous decision to set up the party in 2015 and dedicated all their energy to growing it. And that is why Holly Cairns joined the Social Democrats and ran for us in the local elections in 2019, winning a seat in West Cork by just 1 vote. Friends, earlier today during the housing session, we discussed how it was no accident that Vienna is the city in Europe with one of the best housing systems. In Vienna, 40% of their housing stock is available at social and affordable rents. In Vienna, they don't just build affordable homes, they build sustainable communities with excellent public transport links, affordable childcare, and world-class amenities in public spaces. It is not an accident that Vienna is rated as the most livable city in the world. It is a direct result of almost 100 years of the city being run by Social Democrats. In Ireland, we simply cannot afford 5 more years of Fianna Fáil and Fine Gael driving up house prices, driving up rents, and forcing people to emigrate in search of an affordable place to live. Abdicating responsibility to providing housing to the private market has been an unmitigated disaster. House prices have never been higher, rents have never been higher. The number of adults living in their childhood bedrooms has never been higher. Homelessness has never been higher. This needs to stop, and it needs to stop now. This June, there are Social Democrats running all over Ireland, and we need to get them elected. We'll be contesting more areas than ever before. Our candidates are poised to make a breakthrough, but they need your help to do this. We need every member and every supporter of the Social Democrats to get behind our candidates and get out and campaign to get them elected. It's about having honest conversations. It's about genuine engagement, listening to people, learning from people. It's about treating people with respect and dignity. It's about actively campaigning in our communities. To those of you who are putting yourselves forward for election, I want to say thank you. Running for election can be daunting, but it can also be humbling and rewarding. At times you will feel tired and exhausted, and when you do, I want you to think about our leader, Holly Cairns, who won her first election in 2019 by single vote. The margins can be that close, so every leaflet that is dropped, every door that is knocked, and every conversation that you have is potentially the one that could win the election. This will be a change election, and we want that change to include as many of our candidates as possible. We want more Social Democrat councillors elected who can influence decisions and make a difference in their local communities. We'll also be contesting the European elections because we want our values to be represented in Brussels. This is more important than ever at a time when the politics of hate is rearing its ugly head. We reject this politics of hate. We stand for a politics of inclusion. We believe that healthcare and other public services should be free at the point of demand. We believe that every family is entitled to an affordable place to live, an affordable home, public childcare and free education. We believe climate action is not just optimal, it's an imperative. We believe in the separation of church and state. We believe in a fairer and more progressive Ireland. And most importantly, we believe that all of this is possible. The Social Democrats are a party of our time. We reject the old politics of tribalism, short-termism, cosy business, connections and jobs for the boys. Our vision for a better Ireland is based on guiding principles of equality, solidarity, sustainability and accountability. These principles do not bend to populist demand, they remain resolute. At the core of what we believe is the need for a strong state that doesn't shirk its responsibilities to its people, that doesn't outsource the provision of essential services in the private market. It is now nearly 1 year since Holly Cairns became the leader of the Social Democrats, and what a year it has been. I think it is safe to say that she's made a huge impact already. In the Dáil, Holly continually holds the government to account for its failures in housing, health, disability services and climate action. On the slaughter in Gaza, she's been one of the strongest voices demanding action against the Israeli government. What makes Holly different is that she doesn't just offer criticism. She provides real solutions to the many problems that we face as a country. All those solutions are based on the principles of equality, fairness, sustainability and accountability. She would like to tell you more about them now. Can you please welcome to the stage the leader of the Social Democrats, Holly Cairns.
Everyone. I want to welcome you all here this evening to the Social Democrats Conference. I also want to welcome the people watching at home on their TV and to everyone tuning in on social media. Thank you to my Deputy Leader, Cian O'Callaghan, for his kind introduction. Anyone who knows Cian will know he's highly uncomfortable with all forms of public praise. So I'll leave it at this. I really couldn't ask for a better Deputy Leader. Thank you for all your hard work for this party. Conference, it is a huge honour and privilege to address you all for the first time as leader of the Social Democrats. It's almost 1 year since I put myself forward to become the leader of our party. At the time, I predicted that it was going to be challenging, exhilarating, and exhausting. 12 months and a lot of grey hairs later, I can confirm it has been all of those and more. But above all, it has been a huge privilege. When I became leader last March, I was well aware that I had my work cut out for me. I didn't just have one pair of shoes to fill, but two. those of my friends and colleagues, Catherine Murphy and Roisin Shortall. It's not a... It's not an easy thing to start a political party. It took a great deal of dedication, grit, and ambition. They founded this party because they wanted to help create a better Ireland, and I am so proud to continue this work alongside them. I live about 5 hours away from Leinster House, so I spend a lot of time in my car, a minimum of 10 hours a week. Gives me two things, a sore back and a lot of time to think. Lately, I've spent a lot of time reflecting on that idea of a better Ireland, and more specifically, I suppose, about the increasing number of people out there who have lost hope in the possibility of that, who feel the country is no longer working for them. I think this disillusionment comes down to a profound disconnect between where we are as a country and where we should be. A disconnect between a GDP per capita that makes us one of the richest countries in the world and 4,000 children growing up in emergency accommodation. Between full employment and 500,000 adults living in their childhood bedrooms, between €8 billion of a budget surplus and over 600,000 people living in poverty, is it any wonder people feel disillusioned? Too many people are being left behind, and too many people can't see a way out that isn't via the departure lounges in Dublin, Cork, or Shannon Airport. It wasn't so long ago that I sat in that departures lounge myself, forced to emigrate after the crash because, like so many others, I just didn't see a future for myself here. Ireland is a rich country. We should be able to provide a future for our young people. Instead, we're stuck in a decades-old cycle of shoving generation after generation onto boats and planes to the UK, Australia, America, and Canada because government after government after government have failed to provide even the basics, like a roof over people's heads and a quality health service that is fit for purpose. And without those very basics, how can people see a future for themselves in Ireland? We deserve better, we can achieve better, and that is why we are all here today. The upcoming elections can't come soon enough because the tide is turning in Irish politics. I can feel it, I think we all can. For the first time in 100 years, it is no longer a given that the next government will be led by Fianna Fáil or Fine Gael, and that is seismic. It means people are open to alternatives and they are considering all of their options. And I believe that social democracy offers the transformative change we need in this country. Let me explain what I mean by that. Essential public services like housing, healthcare, disability services, and childcare are fundamental rights. For too long, the state has outsourced its responsibilities to the private market. These essential services must be provided by the state. They shouldn't only be available to those on the highest income. At its core, that is what social democracy is all about. Our vision for a better Ireland is based on strong principles of equality, sustainability, and honesty. We will not compromise on these principles. So we may not always say the most popular thing, but on the important issues we face as a society, you will always know where you stand with the Social Democrats. I am so aware that the people of Cork Southwest took a leap of faith when they voted for me. They voted for me even though on paper I didn't stand a chance. They voted for me even though commentators assumed it was a Fine Gael seat. They voted for me even after hearing this accent. And I believe they chose to do that because of what this party represents. People want to vote for a party they can trust, with strong core principles of honesty and transparency, because so many of us are sick and tired of the same old politics, of corruption, of scandals, of broken promises, and politicians speaking out of both sides of their mouths on every issue. There is no area where broken promises are more blatant than in housing. Since this government took office, house prices are up by 25%. Rents are up by €4,200 per year, and child homelessness has increased by 55%. Is it any wonder that people are losing hope? For those of you out there wondering if things will ever change, I want to assure you that they can. The wrong political decisions got us into this crisis, but the right ones can get us out. We have a clear plan. We will deliver 50,000 homes per year during our term in office, and to get there, we must focus on affordability. In the middle of an affordability crisis, government have consistently missed their affordable housing targets. We will change that. We will have a laser focus on the delivery of affordable and social homes. We will deliver 10,000 affordable homes and 12,000 social homes per year, and immediately we will introduce a 3-year rent freeze, a ban on no-fault evictions, a vacant homes tax with real teeth, and an end to the bulk purchasing of homes by investment funds. In Ireland, I think it feels like some kind of far-flung dream that you wouldn't have to spend €60 to visit your GP, that you wouldn't be met with a waiting list or be left on a trolley when you're sick. But actually, that is the bare minimum the state should provide, and it is the standard across Western Europe. The most frustrating thing about the problems that plague our health service is that we have a plan to address them, laid out clearly, step by step. This plan to deliver universal healthcare, Sláinte Care, was agreed in 2017 by every political party. It means healthcare that's free at the point of need, no GP fees and no fees for therapies, and much shorter waiting lists. But 7 years into a plan that should have taken 10 years to implement, we are nowhere near achieving universal healthcare. And that is why the full accelerated implementation of Sláinte Care is a red line issue for the Social Democrats in any programme for government. When I first got elected, I thought that even in opposition, I'd be able to do something to help people whose lives are being destroyed due to inadequate or completely non-existent disability services. Instead, when we raise issues like Children's Disability Network teams, personal assistance hours, respite services, we are met with a combination of evasion, excuses, and empty promises. The reality is that so many disabled people are not just being failed, they are being actively harmed by the state. Government cannot claim to be committed to the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities while refusing to ratify the part which would mean those rights become a reality. And then they have the neck to run a €1.5 million ad campaign to promote these rights, the very rights they are blocking disabled people from exercising. I now know there is only one thing that will change the provision of disability services in this country, and that is a change in government. And I can tell you all today that in government, the Social Democrats will ratify the optional protocol. There is a tendency in Irish politics towards short-termism, and when governments only think in 5-year election cycles, long-term plans like climate action fall very far down the list of priorities. But we cannot afford to continue on this path of half measures, incomplete plans, and missed targets. Climate change is here, and it is causing devastation. We only need to look at the recent flooding in Middleton to get a glimpse of what the future holds. Doing nothing is not an option, and not doing enough isn't an option either. It is a betrayal of future generations. We need climate action that is ambitious enough to meet the scale of the enormous task, and it will not be easy. But we have the resources to do it right. That is why the Social Democrats want to see the budget surplus used to create a €6 billion climate transformation fund. We could have warmer homes. We could have pristine waters. We could protect and rejuvenate our biodiversity. We could become a net exporter of energy by the end of the decade. Ireland could be held up as the example for the future of agriculture. And when we have to justify our actions to future generations, do you want to say that we could have or that we did? Last night, the Palestinian ambassador stood on this stage and delivered a powerful and emotional address to our conference. The scale of the death and destruction in Gaza is unprecedented, it is disgusting, it is beyond words. Witnessing the unchecked cruelty of the Israeli government while the majority of the Western world turns a blind eye has been horrifying. In these moments, as a society, we have to stand up and be counted. We have to be brave. From candlelit vigils in small villages across the country to the tens of thousands of people taking to the streets of Dublin, the Irish people have sent a clear and unequivocal message of support for the Palestinian people. The government has echoed many of those words of support and has been a strong voice on the international stage. But for months now, I've stood across from the Taoiseach and Taoiseach week after week and suggested actions Ireland could take to match those strong words. And every time, this government has chosen inaction. They refused to make a referral to the International Criminal Court, refused to enact the Occupied Territories Bill, refused to officially recognise the State of Palestine, and for months refused to lobby for EU trade sanctions. We must stand with the Palestinian people today, tomorrow, and always, because in the face of genocide, inaction becomes complicity. I mentioned earlier that I emigrated after the crash. I spent years abroad. My sister emigrated at the same time, and she still lives in New Zealand. My gorgeous nephew was born there recently. My family isn't unique. There isn't a family in Ireland that doesn't have some history of emigration. That's why Irish people have always been so welcoming. But there are a small number of loud voices who say we should not look outward as a nation. They say we need to isolate ourselves, close borders, and turn our back on people fleeing war, famine, and persecution. You've probably heard those voices shout that Ireland is full, that all of the problems we face in housing and health are the cause of a small number of vulnerable migrants. I want to assure you that this is completely and utterly untrue. Ireland is not full, it is just not working properly, and that can be fixed. Because the problems that we face as a country are within our power to solve. We have the resources, we have the capacity, we just need the political will. We can deliver affordable housing, high-quality healthcare, and reach our climate targets. We can have a better work-life balance, strong unions, and gold standard workers' rights. We can be a country where you can live a dignified life with a disability. We can do all of this and more. We just need the opportunity. And conference, that opportunity is fast approaching. We are facing into a year of elections, a year of possibilities. The locals, the Europeans, and potentially a general election. Choices will be made in each of these elections and in each of your homes about the kind of society we want to build, about what we value and what we want to protect. I am unashamedly ambitious about the future of this country and the role the Social Democrats will play in building that future. But I know that that ambition will only be realised if, as a party, we can offer a credible alternative. To do that, we don't just need to offer solutions to the many problems we face as a society. We need to offer as many of you out there as possible the chance to vote for us. So with the support of my colleagues, we have been working flat out to build the Social Democrats up to a point where we can reach our full potential. That is why we are running more candidates all over the country than ever before. Because in this crucial year in Irish politics, we want to put social democracy on the ballot. I want to say a huge, big thank you to all of our election candidates. Many of you are in this room today. Standing for election takes courage, determination, and the highest step count you've ever seen. I'm asking you to get out there into your communities, to knock on as many doors as you can, and have as many open and honest conversations as you can, because take it from me, from somebody who won their first election by a single vote, every door knocked on, every conversation started, every voter registered can be the one that makes a difference. To everybody watching at home, addressing you today has been a privilege. It's also an opportunity to talk to you directly, to ask you to give us a chance. If you're unsure of who to vote for or wondering if you'll vote at all, I'm asking you to vote for the Social Democrats. We won't engage in auction politics and promise the sun, moon and the stars, but we will be honest. We will work hard, and we are determined to never lose your trust. Now is the time to effect real and lasting change. We need to seize this opportunity. If you want change, please get out there and vote for it. Thank you.
Okay, hi everybody. Hello. This is, I promise this is the last time you'll be hearing from me this weekend. Can we just give one more big round of applause to Holly for that absolutely inspiring speech? So, I'm obviously taller than Holly. There we go. I get the super fun job of announcing the election results and the results of the raffle. But before, perks of the job, before I do that, I just wanted to say a few very important thank yous. It's been a really, really fantastic weekend. I think you'll all agree. I feel like we've really stepped it up a notch. This conference has been so professional, so well run. It just... and a massive part of that is because of our amazing staff that we have here in the Soc Dems. Huge thanks to all of our staff. A special mention, our new General Secretary, Anna McGowan, thrown in at the deep end last week. And I have one really, really special thank you and a little token for our own councillor, Mary Callahan, who jumped in and saved us all. A lot of stuff that happened over the last few months would not have happened without Mary, so we appreciate you so much. Thank you. Another big, huge thanks to the Standing Orders Committee, who are huge organisers of conference. They have done absolutely sterling work all weekend, but there's one person in particular I need to single out for, again, a little token and a special mention, Elaine Hickey. I would like to say a massive thank you to all of our TDs and elected representatives for always just representing us so amazingly. To Holly and Cian for the fantastic job they've been doing. And just a very special little personal one for me. Thank you to Catherine Roisin. I promised myself I wouldn't do this again. No one's even said the word Palestine. But to Catherine Roisin have taught me so much over the last few years. I've learned so much from them, and they've been so inspirational and so supportive, and just wanted to say a huge thanks for the last few years. Guys. Okay. Thanks. An extra little shout out to Kojo, our treasurer, who's just been fantastic. And my wonderful vice chair, Angela Flynn, who has been my rock for the last 3 years. And just wanted to say thanks to you, the members. It's been an honor and a privilege. Okay, now the fun stuff. So, conference draw results. So, first prize of a summer school package goes to Claire O'Rourke. Second prize of a Dáil double date goes to Derval McDonough. Third prize, a €100 voucher for Connolly Books and a place on the National Executive goes to Martha Ní Riada. A year's subscription to the Phoenix, Christina van der Kamp. And a 1-year sub to the Village to Councillor Dave Quinn. So, your new National Executive. Okay, we have ordinary members Kieran Clark, Angela Flynn, Mark Kahn, Trace McKenna, Martha Ní Riada, Ciarán Robert O'Donovan, Sorcha O'Neill, David O'Reilly, Richard Scriven, and Cian Smart. Your new vice chair is the wonderful Colm Byrne. He can't be here tonight, but Colm Byrne is your new vice chair. You'll all get to know him. And your new party chairperson, Sabrina Ryan, if you could please stand. Congratulations, Sabrina. Congratulations, everyone. And I'm taking the bell. I'm taking it with me. And I just wanted to do a very small little special shout out to our comrade in arms, Chris Bond, who is getting married today. A lot of us know Chris very, very well, and we'd like to wish him all the best. His wedding is on today. So congratulations, Chris and Bernadine. Okay. So that's me. Conference is closed. Go. Eat, drink, be merry, put the social back in Social Democrats.